Happy holidays, the 12 days of dumbness. Jingle bells, Glenda smells, Polly's not okay. Wife's in jail, can't make bail, oh, and this guy, he got tased. Walking across the land with a camera in their hand. Because they have no job, post office they will stand. Harassing people too, for AdSense revenue. Acting like a jackwagon is all they'll ever do. Oh, jingle bells, conflict sells, now they're getting paid. They don't care about our rights, I hope they get pepper sprayed. Numbskulls in handcuffs and good window smashes. Morons arrested for all their trespasses. P. Barnes and his infamous in-court tasing. These are a few of my favorite things. When they misquote Poster 7, and it makes me mad. I just remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad. On the first day of dumbness, Mike Gravelin gave to me Blandino without attorney. On the second day of dumbness, Regipol gave to me 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the third day of dumbness, Van Balen gave to me dumb UK Softset, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the fourth day of dumbness, Artie gave to me 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK Softset, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 5th day of dumbness, Schrodinger gave to me 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK Softset, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 6th day of dumbness, Team Skeptic gave to me 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumbs, UK Softset, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 7th day of dumbness, Vilified gave to me 7 sloppy smackings, 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK Softset, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 8th day of dumbness, Familia gave to me douchebag in handcuffs, 7 sloppy smackings, 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK Softset, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 9th day of dumbness, Unclean Hands gave to me 9 times the stupid douchebag in handcuffs, 7 sloppy smacking, 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK Softset, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 10th day of Christmas, Dr. Dick gave to me 10 minutes wasted, 9 times the stupid douchebag in handcuffs, 7 sloppy smacking, 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish morons, dumb UK Softset, 2 tasty tasings and Blandino without attorney. On the 11th day of dumbness, Kid Rocks gave to me best action ever, 10 minutes wasted, 9 times the stupid douchebag in handcuffs, 7 sloppy smackings, 6 stupid Karens, 5 windows smashed, 4 Moorish rhymes, dumb UK subset, 2 tasty tasings, and Blandino without attorney. On the 12th day of dumbness, Palmetto gave to me. No nonsense trooper, best action ever. 10 minutes wasted, 9 times the stupid douchebag in handcuffs. 7 sloppy smacking, 6 stupid Karens. 5 windows a smash. 4 Moorish morons, dumbs, UK subset, 2 tasty tasings, and Blandino without attorney.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Good to see y'all in the house today. Before I even get started, I woke up with a cold this morning. So if I sound a little funky, it's because I feel a little funky. I'm all right, but, there's going to be a lot of... Anyway, we got Out There Associates was first today. Is there anybody out there? News Now Enemy, what's up? Cliff Higson, how's it going? We got David Perillo Jr. in the house, of course. Bay Area stacks on the stupid. Yep, he is a Karen, that's for sure. Terry Barnes, hi Kiss, what's up? How you doing? Cliff Higson. Who else? Terry Barnes. Jimbo, what's up? Abby Pullman, what's up? News Now Enemy, Jimbo. Little Chihuahua Big World, how you doing? Nancy, Jimbo. Brian Showman, hello, welcome. Yes, it is TGIF. Let's see. Luna Nights, good morning, what's up? Pack, how you doing? If I randomly leave, my internet's been cutting out. Sorry about that, Pack, but I mean, you're in Australia. What do you think's going to happen? Out there in the desert, what do you got? Kangaroos and koalas? That's about it, right? Crocodiles. Nancy Marcho. Chelsea May, what's up? Nancy Marcho, how you doing? Let's see. Conspiracy Music's in the house. What's up, buddy? How's it going? Chelsea May. Out There Associates. My sock account. The Hezokuai crew. What's up? Edwin Catalier. What's up? Nancy, David, Chelsea, Brian. Let's see who else. Looks like -7 degrees in Missouri. Ooh-wee! Oh man, the usual suspect. Love the hat. Thank you. Chelsea, I guess. Julie Weaver, what's up? My sock account. Pack Doc Dangers, and we got Doc Danger and Conspiracy Music in the house. Woo-wee! Oh, we're tearing them up this morning. Man, I love my fans. You guys are the best ever. I want to start out with this one's a little bit short, but I saw this yesterday and I'm like, oh, this is all right, time and temperature check. Wait a minute, hold on. So here's what's interesting. I'm in Florida right now, okay? And I got my on my computer, like right now, obviously I'm looking at my computer while I'm talking to you guys. I have the weather app, and it gives me a little thing with the temperature. Like I just look here and I see what the current temperature is outside. And all it says is there's like usually it's a picture of like the sun or a cloud or this and that. It's a thermostat or a thermometer. It's blue and it says freeze next to it. Like, holy crap, I never thought I'd get that out here. It's cold. Hence the hat. That's the one thing I like about winter, though, is that's when I always get to wear the hat during my show. Because in the summer, especially here in Florida, I put this thing on during a show and I'm sweating like an animal. But yeah, it's cold. And it's supposed to get colder, not warmer during the day. So I got that to look forward to. And it's Friday, so at least we got that going. And tomorrow's Christmas Eve. And then it's Christmas Day. It's going to be great. Obviously, I plan on popping in and out over the next 2 days, doing a Christmas special. I still haven't figured out exactly what I'm going to do. I know I'm going to do something. I got some stuff planned, but specifically like time and place, I don't know. Part of it depends on the fact that in the fact of the matter is I have to do it tomorrow night. The Christmas Eve night game is the Bears, so I gotta watch that. It's the Bears. I can't miss it. So, and that starts at 7, which I guess is 8 out here. So the game's not even going to be over till 11 o'clock at night. So I don't know if I want to like do something tomorrow before the game, do something tomorrow after the game, don't do anything tomorrow at all and save it for Christmas Day. I don't know. But either way, you keep an eye out. I'll pop up at some point during the weekend. That's for sure. Smitty, Mike, and Lucille, what's up? But yeah, it's in the 60s. But again, here in Florida, I think that's considered really, really, really cold, which is crazy because I'm from Chicago. So to me, this is like, this is when I'd put on the shorts and just go for a walk, maybe have a barbecue. But out here, it's considered so cold that my temperature thing is just says cold. Doesn't even have the temperature. It's funny. So I wanted to start out. I saw this video yesterday and I was like, oh, there's my Christmas present to my fans right there. So we're going to start out with this. It's quick and easy. And this is how all cops should act at all times. Where is it? All right. This is great stuff. Check this out. Do I have this up? Yep. All right. Here we go.
Oh, this is perfect. Ooh, scary. Yeah, you're not reaching into my mind.
Do you have your driver license, or are you going to provide that for me? Yes or no?
I don't answer questions.
No?
I don't answer questions.
I can't hear you, sir.
I don't understand squeal.
You don't understand squeal.
Yeah,
That's cute.
That's cute. I'm sorry. I just don't answer questions.
Okay.
Yep. I have the right to remain silent.
Good.
All right. First of all, right off the bat, what's up, Donna Ray? Yes, you have the right to remain silent. But the idea is you get pulled over, a cop asks for your driver's license. You don't have to say a word as you're handing them your driver's license. You just, do you know why I pulled it? Pull out the license, hand it to them, don't say a word. That's legal. But when they say, where's your license? And they say, well, I plead the fifth. It's like, okay, but where's your license? But he says, I don't understand squeal because pigs squeal. Get it? Ha, ha, ha. Oh, this guy's so funny. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, ha, 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 ha.
Wow. Halloween came early. You're not scaring me, buddy.
All right.
Is your cam on? Make sure it's on.
You're going to be...
Yeah.
All right. Hello, Lars. Hello, Roisin. What's up, everybody? All right. This is a traffic stop. We never find out exactly why the cops stopped him because whenever they try to talk, of course, he talks over them, and I couldn't make out what they were saying. He keeps complaining, saying something about his lights and comparing them to the cops' lights. But again, what specifically he was pulled over for, what the lights have to do with it, they try to explain it, but again, he talks over the cops, so we never really get to hear it. So I don't know, but he did get pulled over. He wasn't just sitting there.
Bro, you're not scaring me.
He's not
I
trying
have God
to scare
on my
you.
side, bro. You work for the devil.
No, you don't. Yes, you do.
That's safe, but you work for the devil.
No, you do.
You're not scaring anyone, bro. So you're gonna blind me?
No, he's trying to
I
watch
suffer
you. It's
from
dark
an eye
out.
condition.
You lie.
You're not blinding me.
He's not trying to blind you. It's nighttime. You're acting weird. Maybe you have a gun. Wait till he tries to reach
I'm
under
gonna
his
reach
seat.
down really
and the way the
quick.
cops. Yeah, I'm gonna
So
reach
don't
down.
be
No, you're
alarmed.
not.
I'm reaching down there.
I need to find something. It's my car.
Stop reaching.
I'm not reaching for anything. Actually, I am reaching for a flashlight.
What's
I'm
up,
looking
Glenn?
for.
See, these guys obviously have no idea the way the real world actually works. Right? Like they like to say, well, nowhere near as many cops get shot as people get shot by cops. Well, one, that's kind of like the cops are going after the murderers and the killers and the rapists, and sometimes that's why they get shot. Sometimes it's because they deserve it. But the point is, when cops do get shot, it is statistically usually on a traffic stop. So the idea that they don't feel comfortable with you reaching under your seat for a flashlight, well, I told them it was just a flashlight. Well, guess what? How many people who shot cops told the cop, hold on a second, I'm just going to reach under my seat for my gun so I can kill you? Of course they're going to lie and say, oh, I'm just reaching for whatever they say, right? Like, these guys always seem to think like, well, I told him I'm reaching for a flashlight, so he should just take my word for it. And he's not putting a flashlight in my car because it's nighttime and I'm reaching for stuff and he's trying to watch me and make sure I'm not getting a gun. No, it has to be because he's purposely doing that to try and blind me because he's a Satan worshiper. Like, what the hell is this idiot talking about? But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I'm playing this video as a Christmas present because it has a happy ending.
Hey, stop knocking on my glass like that. What's wrong with you? Show some respect, asshole. It's my fucking car, asshole.
Show some respect to the guy who said I don't speak squeal when you talk to him. I'm going to sue your ass
individually. I'm going to take your house and everything, asshole. All of you. And I need your name and badge number. What's your name and badge number? What's your name and badge number? I can't hear you. What's your name and badge number? What's your name and badge? Okay, so you're refusing. All right. What? I don't understand squeal. I don't understand squeal. I don't understand squeal, bro.
Lord KJW, what's up? Unclean Hands, what's up?
You're recording from all angles.
All right, hold on a second. I want to address something. Obviously, it's something that David said. What a surprise. Here's the thing, all right? I know exactly what you're saying because sovereign citizens and frauditors always make the same argument. Well, you could find out who I am from my license plate, so what's the problem? The problem is you have no business operating a motor vehicle on the roads without a driver's license. So, of course, they're going to check to see if you have your driver's license. It doesn't matter if they can identify you based on the plate. You know why? Because you shouldn't be driving without a driver's license in the first place. So if you're driving without a license, technically you could be driving illegally. Maybe you have a suspended license. Maybe you don't have it. And I'll tell you what, because people always want to draw these false comparisons. And what if this happens? What if that happened? Blah, blah, blah. Sometimes you might forget. I've been pulled over for driving without a license. I forgot my license at home. And the cops did not let me drive back home. But you know what I did? I called somebody to come pick me up and take me back to my car. Wow. Oh, what a horrible tyranny. Oh, I'm going to cry. You violated my rights. I goes, oh, I forgot it. Sorry. I'll go home and get it.
You think that light does something to me? It does nothing, bro. Nothing. Not the police written on your chest. I could give two shits.
Who's trying to scare
Nothing,
you?
bro.
They're trying to watch you because it's dark out, and you keep reaching for stuff.
You're gonna be famous. Millions of viewers. You happy about that? How do you feel? When was your last psychological evaluation? When was the last time you became angry?
You're the
When
one
was
who
the
needs a
last time
psychological evaluation. You're
You
the one
can't
who
hear me.
sounds
You can't.
angry.
These are questions that the public needs to know. They need to know if there's someone with a sane mind and not a psychopath with an itchy finger on the streets patrolling.
Or on the streets
When
in a
was the last
car.
time you had a psychological evaluation? Are you on medication, psychotherapy medication by any chance?
All of those questions could be asked of you, idiot.
Your ego is not going to save you.
Sir, I just want to explain for the record so we're
Neither
on the
is
same
yours.
page, okay? I stopped you for a lawful infraction. I've requested your driver's
My
license
lights are
registration
on.
and proof of insurance.
My lights are. If I'm
Your
sorry,
refusal to
what
do
law?
so is going to-
What law? Okay, so
You're fine.
what's
Your
the
refusal
brightness
to do
of the
so
law?
is
What's the
going
bright?
to-
No, you need
The
to.
brightness
You
of
need
the
to
law.
articulate
Okay.
the infraction.
So if you refuse
What's
to
the
do so,
case
we're
law?
going to
What's
ask
the
you to
okay?
remove
What's
from
the
the
law?
vehicle.
What's
Is there
the law?
anything I can do to compel you to provide you information so that we can move on and move
I'm
out
not
of here
gonna-
without any further action?
Look,
Is there
what's
anything I
the?
can do to
But
compel
can I
you?
ask you a question?
Is there anything else I can compel you
What?
to provide?
Look, those lights are super dim.
I
I
don't know
can
the
even barely
douchebag's
see
name,
them.
Doc Danger. This
Yeah,
is
they
actually
stopped
from
me.
someone
The
else, a third
hypocrisy
party's channel.
is
The
unbelievable.
consequences. I've given you the actions.
Look, you're not
I've given
gonna
you what
scare
I'm
me
asking
under
for. It's a
duress.
simple request.
You have 20 minutes.
So
It's
if you
already
refuse to do any of that, so we're going
8:46.
to remove you from your vehicle, and you're going to
And
be
then you're
arrested,
gonna get
subject to
sued.
arrest.
And you're gonna get sued.
That's your
You're
prerogative,
and you're
sir. I'm
gonna
just
get
letting you
sued.
know, this is simple. This is
You're
just
gonna get
provide your
sued.
information and move on, and we move on with our life.
Okay, sure.
Are you refusing to do that? I just need to know. Are you refusing to provide your information? Yes or no?
What was your badge number again?
2250.
2250. And what's the charge? Can you be specific about the charge? Can you articulate?
Yes, sir.
You have. You
Well,
need to
shut
have
up and let him
reasonable
articulate
suspicion.
it.
Okay.
And look,
Is
look
there
at.
anything else I can do?
Shut up and
look
let
at
him
those
answer your
lights.
question.
Look at that. And yet they have me pulled over. Supposedly, my lights are way brighter than those. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is
Man,
there anything else I can do, sir, to compel you to?
Well, you know what?
Provide your information.
give me a
Last-
ticket. Write me the
last chance.
ticket. Write me the ticket. Do whatever. You have my information from the tag. Write me the ticket, and I'll be on my way, and I'll fight it in court.
Yeah, but why don't you give him your driver's
Please
license?
put your hands on the steering wheel for me. Put
Is
your
that a
hands on
lawful
the steering
order?
wheel for me.
Is that a
Put
lawful?
your hands on the steering wheel. No. Put your hands on the steering wheel. Put your hands on the steering wheel.
Wow, you guys are
Put your
gonna.
hands on the steering wheel.
Yay!
Look, a gun
Put
pointed
your
at me.
hands on the steering wheel.
Look at the police brutality. Oh my God, their ego got hurt. Look at this cycle. Holy shit.
He's the psycho. You're the one who's driving your car with a military helmet on, but he's the psycho. What the hell? Anyway, I just thought that'd be a nice way to start our Christmas week with a nice happy ending. Oh boy. Yeah, he's calling them nuts, but he's driving with a big metal military helmet on. Oh my goodness. So let's see what else we got. It looks like we got a couple. I saw a new window smash video. I thought that'd be a good way to start the day before Christmas Eve show. Jimbo, Chelsea May, Lars, Duck Danger out there, associates, Captain Happy in the house. What's up? Yeah, the guy's an idiot. Lars, Micah, what's up, Donna Ray? Is there anyone else I didn't say hello to? I love you guys so much, man. My mornings are always so happy when I see you guys. So, the next thing I wanted to show is anyone who's been following me for a long time. Dino, what's up? Anyone who's been following me for a while has probably already seen the next video I want to show. But I do have a lot of new subs, and there are a lot of people in here that just discovered me recently, or at least that I just started seeing in my morning crew recently. So maybe not. Either way, going back to the idea of having some classic clips for Christmas. I remembered that I actually already have a video that has a collection of classic clips in it. So I'm going to show this video again. Again, because it's got all the best moments from a couple years ago, at least in there. But a lot of them are all-time classics. Stay tuned because we got the P. Barnes is in there. We got a bunch of great stuff about the show. But also because, like I said earlier, I did wake up this morning with a cold. So I am a bit under the weather. I'm okay. It's not a big deal. I don't have a fever or anything, but I'm not 100% right now. So I do want to spend a little bit more time with something playing and me kind of just taking a back seat and getting some tea in me with some lemon or something. So for those of you who haven't seen this video yet, I think you're going to love it. For those of you who have, please be patient and hopefully you'll enjoy watching it again. And this is the 2020 Sovereign Citizen Awards, one of my first videos that I made on the subject. And it's a classic. It's one of my favorites that I put a lot of work into this baby for you. Hopefully you guys enjoy it, those of you who haven't seen it before.
Hey guys, welcome to the Sovereign Citizen Awards, and tonight we've got an especially exciting show for you. Of course, we didn't have enough money to afford a real announce team, so we got a couple of guys that work here anyway. The Superfan,
Dollars.
and the Rock Guy.
Hey man, I hope this is a rock and roll award show. And now your host, the one, the only, the incomparable, Alan Newcastle.
Hello, welcome to the Sovereign Citizen Awards. We've got two different kinds of awards tonight. We've got the Epic Hero Awards, which generally are given to the police and the judges and the security guards, those sort of people. And then we have the Super Zero Awards, which are given to the travelers, the Moors, the Karens. We also have First Amendment frauditors. All of them are all stacked up into the Sovereign Citizen group. And we're going to start right off the bat with one of your favorites. We decided to start the show off with a bang. Our very first category tonight, our first award is going to Best Window Smash. That's right, one of your favorites. Let's take a look at our nominees.
Open it up now.
Grand Theft Auto!
Open it up.
Grand Theft Auto! Grand Theft Auto! Grand Theft Auto! Grand Theft Auto!
I do not consent to all that, man.
Step out of the car, okay?
Sir, both of my hands are right here.
All right, those are some amazing nominees. So let's look and see. The winner is...
Sir, both of my hands are right here. My hands are right here. My hands are right here.
I haven't seen anything that satisfying since watching Dick Butkus tackle Bart Starr. What do you think, that rock guy? Let's throw it back to you, Alan.
Oh, those were some great window smashes, man. I love watching those sovereign citizens get their windows smashed in. Okay, so our next category, Best Judge Reaction. Let's see what we got here.
So any judge who does not comply with this oath of office to the Constitution of the United States wars against the Constitution and engages in acts.
All right, I'm going to mute your microphone. I don't want to hear this crazy nonsensical thing.
Sir, I don't understand that question.
All right, real quick, I want to acknowledge something. We got Script Cat in the house. Hey, Script, I don't remember. Did I show you this? I got a playing card here I found. It's the common hero card for Script Cat with the power of dynamic reasoning. The potency of Script's attack comes from her comprehensive analysis of psychological issues that might cause an idiot to actually think being a sovereign citizen or a frauditor is a good idea. Hello, everybody and everybody else. I don't know if I showed you that. I don't remember. But that's your card. I got a whole set of them. Woo-wee. Idiot versus hero playing cards. It's a game I invented. It's good stuff. Oh, thank you. Yep. Anyway, get back to the video. It's just when I saw you in there, I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I told her about the cards yet. And since you have one, I wanted to make sure you knew what was going on. So anyway, let's get back to David Hall.
And I believe that you're trying to confuse me now.
No, I'm not.
I'm simply separating myself from the person. They are two different entities,
Right,
and I know
but
that.
The court is not viewing you as two different people. The court is viewing you as
Well, why
one
not,
entity
sir?
for the purpose of these cases.
Then what entity are you referring to me as?
I'm
Because I
referring
think
to
you're referring to me as
the David Hall, who's the settler, the agent, the individual, and the person.
I'm not the person, sir.
Okay, when
I am
you
not
see the
the
person,
person.
David Hall, tell him he's not leaving jail either, all right?
And now, there's a simple way for me to prove jurisdiction to you, and that would be for me to ask the deputy to take you into custody. I have absolute confidence that I have jurisdiction. You do have formal charges.
Formal charges would be complaint against me and another individual.
No, it doesn't have. I don't need another individual.
That's a citation, correct?
Okay.
That's not formal
All right.
charges.
All right. So, what do you want to do about your case today?
Prove jurisdiction to me.
I don't have to prove jurisdiction
Yes,
to you.
you do. In
All
the
right.
law, it
I'm going to
says
prove
that-
jurisdiction to you right now. I'm going to ask the deputy to go ahead and take you into custody.
Under what charge?
You are disrupting my court.
I used to be a criminal defense lawyer for 20 years, where I represented people charged with murder, rape, child molestation, armed robbery, federal court, state court. I understand the whole nature of people's freedom. I sat with 18-year-olds that looked at double life. Mama's sitting there crying, and I'm fighting for them every day. So you are really irritating me because you're sitting up here with a traffic ticket trying to act like somebody's about to put you in jail for life, or this is some kind of capital case, because you want to impress someone or impress these people and waste everybody's time. Now, if you want a trial, you can have a trial. If you want to show how they don't have jurisdiction, then you could do that at a trial, but you cannot do that at an arraignment. Do you understand me?
We're clear on that, sir.
Judge Hurley.
The Hall, who's the settler, the agent,
I'm not the person, sir.
Okay,
I am
when you
not
see
the
person,
person.
David Hall, tell him he's not leaving jail either, all right?
Oh, that judge was great. He was funny. He really knew how to handle that one. What did you think of that one, guys? That judge. Oh, man. Oh, that judge was so funny, man. Man, them cats, they know what they're doing over there, man. That was more satisfying than when Devin Hester got a touchdown in the opening kickoff over there at the Super Bowl. Are the Stones going to be here tonight? I hope so, man. I like them, man. They're pretty cool. They're still around. I don't even think this guy's in the same room. He's talking like he's, he don't know what he's talking about. All right. Anyway, let's go back to Alan.
All right. Real quick, I'm sorry. It's just because it just came up. I wasn't thinking about it. I was showing the cards earlier I even got Judge Middleton his own card, and I got that judge his own card, and let's see what else I got. This is so much fun putting these together. Let's see, where's the other one? Come on. We were just showing it a second ago. Where is it? I know it's in here. Of course it's going to be one of the last ones. And I even got, look, the Judge Hurley card. His power is the ultimate mic drop. I'm not the person, sir. Well, when you see the person, tell him he's not getting out of jail either. That's right. Anyway, sorry. Time to get back into it. And this is one of my favorite cards, and this is coming up in the clips. This is the P. Barnes card. All right. Yeah, Judge Darrell needs a superstar card, too.
You don't have to worry. Your secret's safe with me because I never listen when you talk anyway. Good evening. As you see, I am standing here today with something that looks like an ordinary bonus. What is contained within this box, however, is the most diabolical object in the history of the human race. When this box is opened, it will cause chaos, hatred, anger, and destruction hitherto unknown for the entire world. It will begin the destruction of all mankind. The contents of this box will be revealed in a future video on this very channel. Thank you.
Hey, Script Cat, if you actually want a set of the cards I was just showing, email me, hezokuai@gmail.com, and I'll tell you what you need to do to get your hands on a set.
Wow, that was amazing. And now we're going to announce the nominees for our next award, Most Incomprehensible Argument in Court.
What's up, Salacious?
Nominees are...
Jerry, what's up?
Mr. Katanga, we are done speaking with you.
No, I'm not done.
No, sir, you are.
We have miles to go. And if you have me arrested out of this court, I will not be abandoning the field of battle. You're on. I have said.
Mr. Avery, can you?
Kind of, yes. Corpus delicti in this case is kind of funky, being the state of Washington. It seems to me to be a fictitious plaintiff. In a sense, I can't subpoena a plaintiff that doesn't exist as a person.
Okay, we're going to talk about a couple things first because what you're saying is gibberish.
Wait a minute. Machine Head 58. All this time, I had no idea until I just clicked on your thing and it made because your icons, when I look at them on the side in the chat, they're really small. I didn't realize your icon was Deep Purple Machine Head. That's awesome. I love that. Oh, just wanted to point that out because I didn't notice that before. That's awesome, bro. Hell yeah.
I'm sorry. Hold on, wait. Pursue it. I object to this abuse. Stand down. I'm giving you a law order right now. Stand down. Taser.
For
this claimant's hyphen knowledge of the facts is with this claim of avoidance with a fictitious hyphen nom de jure hyphen dead hyphen entity of the William Dennis with the fraud of the state hyphen corporate hyphen creation with this correct hyphen porting by this claimant's hyphen authority hyphen command.
First of all, I want to make absolutely certain that I point out, because this is a few years old now, because I cover sovereign citizens so much and frauditors and all this stuff all the time, I am so happy that the whole quantum grammar thing never caught on. Because if all of these dudes talked like that, I don't think I'd be able to listen to them. It's too much. I think that's why it didn't catch on. Even the idiots are like, okay, that's too stupid.
Period.
And the winner is the guy from Hawaii. Who else? Whoa, I haven't seen anything like that since Mike Ditka tackled that kid who ran out on the field that time. What do you think, Rock Guy? Man. These guys are dumb, man. It's stupid. Back to you, Alan. And now we're about to announce the award for most time stolen from someone who's trying to do their job.
Irma? Okay, cool. Let's fill this out. Hey, Irma? I still have business with you, Irma.
Don't call the recorder, call the meeting phone number.
How do you spell your name?
IRMA.
It's IRMA, and that's how you Irma and last name?
I don't have to give that information.
What's your title here then?
Court administrator.
Okay, cool. Court administration. All right. Yeah.
All right. Sorry to interrupt again, but I want to ask your opinion. I've already decided when I'm done with my stream this morning, I'm either going to take a shot of NyQuil and go back to bed, or take a shot of DayQuil and a shot of bourbon and go back to bed. Which do you guys think would be better? Let me know in the chat.
I'm doing I'm doing open records on all the employees, their pay and their benefits.
The city of Denver has spent $8 fucking million trying to sell. Yeah, that's right. Pay attention. You pay attention, Mayor Pro Tem Broth. You will pay attention to me, or I will fucking teach every child in your jurisdiction how to raise their middle fingers and say fuck cops. Keep giggling, buddy.
Mr. Brand,
yeah,
you're through now.
Oh no, you're through. Well, happy fucking Cops Day, and get ready for a motherfucking surprise, bitch.
Okay, so I'm not understanding, sir. You seem like a very calm, nice guy, professional. I'm even trying. Listen.
They started that way with me, and it goes south quickly. Don't even.
How south? I haven't.
Order.
Oh, that's an order. You see, this is starting to sound like Nazi Germany.
All right, and before we get deeper into that, David's like, alcohol won't help. Listen, it was kind of a joke because the idea is NyQuil has alcohol in it. That's why I was like NyQuil or DayQuil with a shot, because that was the joke. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Kicker! Shoot you in the shit! Ow! Do not move!
3911. Be out with 13. Apparently he's out in the middle of traffic, trying to stop cars, middle 301. North plates Charlie, Foxtrot Sierra, Zulu 80, CFS Z80.
What's up, Kissy Cat? What's up, Stan Hankins? What's up, Tamara Marie? What's up, Brian?
3905, B1051.
Excuse me. Excuse me. You're blocking my freedom of movement.
I am.
All right. Well, P. Barnes, you just admitted to me that you're violating my rights.
No, I'm not. You can't come in with the camera.
Well, you're violating my rights. And this is also freedom of the press.
From behind you.
This is also freedom of the press. I mean, I don't know what the hell law book you're reading, man, but it doesn't apply to me.
You leave the camera with your mother outside the courtroom and you can come in.
You are not God. You have no jurisdiction over me.
God's not worried about cameras, sir. I am.
All right. Well, why are you worried about cameras? Because you want to do something wrong? Because you want to do something wrong?
Hello, Kissy Cat.
If it's against the rules, that means it's because somebody intends on wronging somebody else because they're afraid of being held accountable. P. Barnes.
It's a nice speech, but you're still not coming in.
Well, I mean, I don't have to go in because you can't even issue a warrant for me.
You might as well leave.
Well, no, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to speak with the prosecutor.
Coach Kruger, what's up?
Please step aside. I'm going in.
No, you're not going in.
Don't touch me.
You're not going in, sir.
Let the record show that you just battered me.
Step back.
And you're using.
Stop, please.
Oh my goodness, I can't think of anything scarier than that, except for maybe standing across the line from Mike Singletary, looking in those eyes, you know? What do you think, Rock Guy? Wait a minute. Are you talking about football, man? Wow, man, that's crazy, man. This stuff is crazy.
What's up, Delete Claus?
I am not for hire. For the record, I am operating in a not for hire capacity. I'm giving you 30 by engaging in any form of transportation. No, don't get out.
This is more disappointing than when the Chicago Bears in 1985 lost to Miami. What do you think, Rock Guy? Even I wouldn't talk to the cops like that, man. That's disrespectful, man. That ain't cool. I like that. That's more disappointing than when Walter Payton didn't get a touchdown in the Super Bowl. Man, I can't believe these cats are that rude, man. When are the bands playing? What? Back to you, Alan. And I'll tell you, if this guy's brains were dynamite, he wouldn't have enough power to blow off his hat. Now we're going to be giving the award for biggest douchebag overall. Wow, this is going to be a close one. I could tell you now. I can't believe it. I haven't seen anything this close. It's like putting the 1963 Chicago Bears against the 1985 Chicago Bears. Who's going to win? There's no way you could tell. What do you think, Rock Guy?
Taking my vaccine here, guys. We're gonna go test this. We're gonna bring it to the lab. I'm gonna investigate it. Dude, this is poisoning people. Okay? Just taking my vaccine. We are it ain't, it's a vaccine, all right? Okay, cool. I mean, I got it, so it don't matter. We out of here. Glad they didn't lock the doors on me. She didn't want to let me get it. Well, I got it again.
We're going to give away an award. We're going to give away 2 of them. We had 2 nominees. The judges voted it was a tie. Well, one by 1 point. So we decided to give them both an award. One is going to be the Epic Hero Award. The other is going to be the Epic Ultimate Hero Award. The Epic Hero Award is going to go to this cop for figuring out how to get Auditing America out of the building without actually having to go through the BS they're going to put them through from trespassing them.
Hello, Robert Brooks. Hello, Scott Ammo.
You are. Why are you doing this to me?
Doing what to
Why
you?
is he doing this?
Why am I
to me?
doing what to you?
He's out of
What am I
control.
doing?
He's out of control.
I'm in control.
You're out of control.
No, I'm in control.
Sir, get away from me. You need to get away from me.
What's the problem?
You need to get away from me. You're crazy. You're crazy. No, you're crazy. You're crazy. You're going around me. I don't know your intentions.
Wasn't that beautiful? And now, the Epic Ultimate Hero. He needs no introduction. This guy.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I said I'm not giving you permission to record. I'm on the sidewalk. I said I'm not giving you permission to record.
Hey! Stop that! Stop touching people.
Get off the property.
We ain't on your property.
Touch me if
Why
you
you
want.
being a touch me? Camera. Oh, woman.
That's more amazing than when the 1985 Bears did the Super Bowl shuffle. What?
All right. So anyway, that was the Sovereign Citizen Awards. If Silence Boy and Long Island Frauditor were both drowning and you could save anyone, who would you save? I'd pull out my camera and film it. Good morning, Carol. How you doing? Donna Ray, what's up? Let's see. Edward Kettler. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. He did a follow-up video after he stole the vaccine and he couldn't get anyone to agree to test it for him. He thought it'd be real easy. Just go get in there and find the hidden microchips that the government are putting into people. That whole thing, man, back in the day was so stupid. In fact, that was what in the middle there, I had like a trailer for my next video at the time because I was already working on my next video while I was working on that one. I was doing 2 at once. And in the trailer, I'm dressed up in a suit and I'm doing a Alfred Hitchcock impersonation. And I'm saying, hey, I got this box and my next video is going to reveal what's in it. Well, the next video actually I made, it was like a mini movie. And the whole point was that this evil group of, devil worshippers cast this magic spell to get the Prince of Darkness to come and open the box and reveal the most evil thing in the world. And it was a face mask because that was at the height of the whole face mask controversy. So, yeah, that's that at the time that I made that video, that everyone was going crazy about the vaccines and the masks and the whole thing. It was, you guys remember, it was ridiculous. Oh, it was nuts back then. Anyway, let's see. Good morning, Judy Johansson. What's up? Let's see. So now, yesterday I was doing a bit on when Jerry was up here on Here's the Deal. And after I covered one of his videos in my recommendations section, I started getting more and more of his stuff popping up. And I've been watching more of his stuff, and wow, it's amazing to me the way this guy talks. I think I'm going to actually cover him on one of his videos, and he always says, he keeps saying, like every video I watch with him, at some point he says, I don't understand the way these guys think. I'd actually really like to talk to one of them and see what's going on in their heads. And like, I know that I've sort of vowed off of actually talking to these guys anymore because they always say the same nonsense. But I almost want to talk to him because he keeps saying, like, I wish I understood more and more. And another thing that I noticed about him is he keeps showing these videos and covering these videos, but like somebody will show up and he'll always be like, well, I don't know who this guy is. He doesn't know who Reagan Benson is. He doesn't know who News Now Patrick is. He doesn't. And it's like, okay, well, wait a minute. You're sitting here making this big argument that you support all these people, but you don't even know who they are. So part of me thinks maybe he's not actually that familiar with what's going on out there. He thinks he's the master and knows all the answers. But there's one thing that he said that I really wanted to talk about because it comes up so very often. And for anyone who doesn't know what's going on, I'm going to explain it again. And I always have to explain it to these guys, and they never seem to understand, okay? He talks about Title 18. Wah, 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 wah. The whole thing about the United States as a corporation, right? And they're always saying, oh, well, this proves, it says right here in this law that the United States is a corporation and not a government. Once again, I have to explain. And after I heard him say that, I was trying to think, because I've heard all the arguments when people try to explain to them what that means. And one of the things that I hear a lot of them say is, a definition of a word is a definition of a word. You can't change definitions, although that's what these guys do all the time. But I figured out a way to explain it that maybe they might be able to understand. I decided to use the comparison of eggs, because an egg, like a hen laying an egg, serves a purpose, right? The definition of an egg is not food. It's a shell to hold a baby chicken, okay? And have the baby chicken grow inside of it and then eventually hatch, right? But if it's not fertilized, it can be used as food. The definition of what an egg is doesn't change. But if you're writing a recipe, you're not going to say unfertilized baby chicken embryo. No, you're going to say egg, right? For that specific recipe. Not in terms of a hen having a baby, the word egg, but in terms of within the recipe that calls for eggs, we're going to assume that we're talking about a food item. What's up, Mike? So, tea, ginger, honey, and hot sauce. Ooh, and garlic. I might actually try that out because I like all of those things. All right, so, again, I'm painting this picture, right? So you have a recipe, and within the recipe, it calls for eggs. So within the context of the recipe, the word egg is referring to a chicken embryo, right? But it's an unfertilized chicken embryo. But they're not going to write that. They're just going to write the word eggs. The big thing that they all keep referring to as their proof that the United States is evil is the commercial code. And it says within the commercial code that within the context of that specific document, the United States is referred to as a corporation. That doesn't mean that the United States is a corporation. It's saying within that document, just like within the recipe, egg refers to an unfertilized chicken embryo, but it's just egg, right? Within the context of that specific commercial code, the United States is referred to as a corporation. That doesn't change the egg into a food item and not an embryo. And it doesn't change the United States into a corporation and not a government. It's only within the context of that one specific document. But they never understand that. They would say, look, here's this document that says right here, boom, United States is a corporation. No, that's not what it says. What it says is within the context of this document. Doc Danger's like, wait a minute, the way you're talking about eggs, you're ruining breakfast. Ostrich eggs, man, yeah, except one of them is enough to make 75 omelets. What's the worst breakfast for a vampire? Steak and eggs. Oh, man. Yeah, and that's the other thing, too. Besides the fact that I'm not feeling good right now, I got a cold. We got to hunker down before it gets colder because it's supposed to get really, really cold. And out here, like, nobody's ready for it. It's funny because, like I say all the time, oh, excuse me. Like I say all the time, I'm from Chicago, so I'm used to real cold, real snow, real weather. So down here in Florida, it's kind of funny that, like, it's going to get down to, like, 50 and everyone's freaking out. Like I said, where I come from, that's the day you go out, spend the whole day outside and have a barbecue and have fun. These guys are like, oh, get your coats and jackets and your long pants and your sweaters and turn the heat on and start a fire and disconnect the hoses and put the snow tires on your car. It's like, come on. Well, not snow tires on the car. They wouldn't know what that is. But the point is, everyone down here is freaking out because it's going to get cold. Like, try to go to Chicago for 5 minutes where it's -2 right now and they're in the middle of a blizzard. Holy crap. What's up, Potluck? Emo eggs and kissery. CPEC, that's the thing, man. You're in Australia. You don't get real food down there. You just get that those kangaroo carcasses and crocodile skin. Let me tell you something. To be perfectly honest, I've had alligator in Florida. It's terrible. It tastes like a rubber. It's hard. It's difficult to chew. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. We didn't get the 8 inches of snow they promised. Only 2. Yeah. Dag nabbit. What's up? Growing up in South Georgia, we thought scarves were like jewelry just to make the outfit look better, right? Peck eats tarantula eggs for breakfast. Donna Ray lost power. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Donna. Well, hopefully your house is warm enough or you got a fireplace or something. I used to drive a snowplow in Chicago back in the 80s. Well, thank you very much for that because you probably made it possible for me to drive at some point. Is the cassowary a really dangerous bird? Excuse me. I'd like to give some of these frauditors a dangerous bird. Let's see. Cassowaries are very dangerous. Well, I'm glad we don't have them out here. Coach Kruger. The U.S. is a federal corporation, which is much different than a business corporation. Well, that's the thing. Where am I? Oh, yeah, Coach Kruger. That's the thing. And again, that kind of goes back to what I'm saying. It's like they don't read or understand what the commercial code of the United States is. It's exactly the same thing that they do to Poster 7. They take one sentence out of the whole thing, and that's their argument. They look at the commercial code, and they take one sentence out of there and turn it into this big conspiracy theory. These guys, the ones like, here's the deal, are just paranoid. They're paranoid. Like, nobody ever, in their minds, nobody ever in the history of ever got pulled over because they were speeding, or because they went through a red light, or because they had no license plates. No, every single one of them got pulled over because cops are mean. And they're trying to steal money. Like, no, they're not. Oh, man. Hold on, what's going on? Let's all sing for Anselmo. Why would we do that? Did he get arrested today, I hope? My show partner, Conspiracy Music, lives in Utah. Ooh-wee. All right, let's see. Northern California, a lot of snow. That's one of the things that's amazing about California because it's so long. You know, you could go to Southern California and you're close to the equator, or Northern California is all the way on the other side. Frauditors next dangerous only if you're not a tree. I drive back and forth from Missouri to Washington State twice a year and did not get pulled over once. That's the thing. I was just telling the story the other day. I drove from here to Wisconsin and back, Florida to Wisconsin and back, and nothing. No problems. They always say, well, the cops are going to come get you. Well, not unless you break the law. What's up, Graham? How's it going? Oh, Merry Christmas. Texas Tim, what's up? Why can't the Bears beat the Packers? You know what? Let me tell you something, Stan. If you look at the statistics for all time, in the entire history of football, the Bears and the Packers are the oldest rivalry, and they are overall basically tied. As of right now, the Packers are up, I think, like 4 games. But they're so close, and we're tied or close to tied for so long that, if the Bears beat the Packers, then they go up. And if the Packers beat the Bears, it's almost like when it comes to sales, Thriller and the Eagles' greatest hits. Like, if you go to the store and buy a copy of Eagles' greatest hits, it's going to be the best-selling album ever. And then someone else buys Thriller, and then it beats the Eagles, and they keep going back and forth. Same thing with the Bears and the Packers. They keep going back. Their records are right there, right on top of each other, and they just keep going up and down, up and down. But the fact of the matter is, right now, Coach Kruger's like, well, because of Aaron Rodgers, duh. It's like, well, yeah, he's pretty evil. But I only say that because I'm a Bears fan. If I was a Packers fan, he'd be a saint, not a devil, right? But the fact of the matter is, right now, here's what it comes down to, and this is legit. Like, this isn't just me saying this because I'm a Bears fan. Like, this is real. If we can keep our quarterback healthy, it's only his second year, and he's already got a world record, and he's in the Hall of Fame. Well, the shoes he was wearing when he broke the record are in the Hall of Fame already, and it's only his second year. All right? If we can keep him healthy during the offseason, rebuild our offensive line so that they'll actually keep him safe and build the team around him, then within the next couple years, the Bears are going to be a serious threat because this kid's arm and legs are insane. He's probably the best quarterback the Bears have ever had. But even like the way he can read the defense and make decisions on the field, all of that, the way his leadership skills. Like, our big, super, ultra, mega quarterback was supposed to be Jay Cutler, but watching him was so frustrating because there'd be a play, whatever would happen in the play, and then afterwards he'd just be like, and then sit down. Like, no leadership, no talking to the team, no building a rapport or any. You have to be a leader on the field. You're the general. The general doesn't just sit there. The general's talking to the players, telling them, okay, next time we get out there, you need to run over here and you need to take care of that guy. And then you they're the leader, man. They got to do the job. This kid does. So like I said, if we could keep them healthy. Brian Showman mentioned Bart Starr. My brother has he got it like custom, like blown up or whatever. He went to a printer. My brother has on his wall in his computer room a giant framed picture of Dick Butkus tackling Bart Starr. It's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. This is what frauditors are bringing here. The General sells car insurance. Well, of course, Walter's the ring general, but Vince McMahon changed his name to Gunter. I don't know what was up with that. No, frauditors are just making everything worse for everybody, man. It's actually funny to me. I mean, it's not funny, but the idea that the rights and the laws and all that they're supposedly fighting against don't exist, but they're starting to create them to fight against the frauditors. It's like the frauditors are creating the problem that didn't exist when they started. They were fighting against a problem that didn't exist. And because of what they're doing, that problem is beginning to exist. It's insane to me. And I don't know, man. It's just what can I say? It's just too much. Anyway, Machine Head, his name is Justin Fields. And he's great. And what happened was a few weeks ago, he actually broke the record. And again, this is only his second year as a starting quarterback in the NFL, period. And that's the other thing. Like, he's only his second year and he's already the starting quarterback with a brand new coach that they just got this year. So now he's got to relearn everything. But the point is, he was his running. That's why he's in the record books. That's why the shoes he was wearing in that game are already in the Hall of Fame. Justin Fields broke the record for most yards on foot by a quarterback. Like, the dude is amazing. You watch him play, and anyone who's not a Bears fan, they're playing tomorrow night against Buffalo. I encourage you to, if you watch the game, whether you like the Bears or not, just pay attention to what Justin Fields is doing and realize, like, you'll start to see it. If the guys around him, it's not him. If they are able during the offseason to rebuild the people around him and put the correct players in the correct spots, he's going to be a superstar. But it doesn't matter if you're hitting the dude in the chest, in the numbers with the ball every time you throw it. If they don't catch it, that's them. That's on them. Anyway, I I showed this the other day, but since it came up a couple times, I think I'm going to show it again because I love it so much. And again, since I'm a little under the weather today, I want to spend a little bit more time on just showing other stuff because I'm choking on my own throat. But this is good stuff. I actually love this. Let's see. Yeah, talking about the Buffalo Bills. Again, I played this the other day, but it's worth playing again because the Bears are playing Buffalo tomorrow on Christmas Eve. I personally love this guy. I love his style. Oh, look at this! ATV Thunder! Thunder! I loved it yesterday when you were with Troll, and his old lady's like, didn't know what you were talking about. And Josh is like, no, it's an AC/DC song. It's a thing. Like, okay. That was hilarious. Anyway, this guy's name is Joe Pera. He's a stand-up comedian. He seems really awkward and shy and this and that. It's his character. I've seen interviews with him where he talks in his normal voice. I've seen him play other characters, right? But he settled on the Joe Pera character, especially because he had his own TV show for a while on Comedy Central. But he talks very mellow, very slow. But what he's saying, if you pay attention, is hilarious. And this is his Buffalo Bills joke. And again, because he talks slow, it's like a 6-minute joke. But I think this is some of the funniest stuff ever. And I love this guy. And again, I'm playing it again because the Bears and the Bills tomorrow and Christmas Eve and blah, blah, blah. And people in the chat are like, go Bills. So here, check this out. This is the Buffalo Bills are the greatest team ever.
It's only week 7 of the NFL season, but it's already clear that the Buffalo Bills are the best team in the NFL. I understand if you disagree on the grounds that your Patriots have beaten us the last 24 of 26 meetings, and that we haven't made the playoffs since 1999. But this year, when our season really falls apart around week 9, people in Buffalo will be reminded that there's life outside of football. And that maybe, just maybe, it's time to take the kids on a drive to the lake again. The Bills do this every year on purpose. They'll win a few early on to show that they could win them all if they really wanted to. And then, around mid-November, turn the ball over 3 times a game to bring families together. His quarterback, E.J. Manuel, upset about the interception he just threw? Hardly. Because he knows that the worse he plays this Sunday, the fuller the pumpkin patches will be the following Sunday. And instead of racing home after church to catch the pregame show, avid Bills fan Tom Boniello might instead take his family for breakfast at Costa's on Hurdle Road. Though the service might be slow, it probably will be. They're a popular breakfast spot, known for their souvlaki breakfast. And more recently, their 2 entrees and a bottle of wine for $30 dinner special. It'll be valuable time spent with the kids. More precious than ever now that Tom's been working long hours to keep his young auto repair business afloat. And afterwards, his wife Sarah might go visit her mother because Tom will be home to watch the game or the kids instead of the game. And when she gets back, she'll stifle a laugh and grab the
Thank you very much, Graham, for the 5 pounds.
As Tom and the kids
Merry
are falling
Christmas.
asleep together on the couch, watching the movie Rango. And years later, when the kids have grown up and moved out, Sarah will look at that photo of 6 sleeping legs covered by a single blanket and smile. And that's what receiver Stevie Johnson is thinking about when he drops the ball in the end zone. And why? To pump themselves up before every game. The entire offensive line will listen to the song Father and Son by Cat Stevens. Coach Doug Marone's Motorola headset isn't even connected to his coaching staff, but instead to his grandson Peter, who he talks through his math homework during games. That's why the Buffalo Bills are the best team in the league.
Anyway, the whole point of that joke is the concept behind it is that the Buffalo Bills, especially at that time, it's an older joke, are so bad on purpose because they're trying to give people something else to do besides worry about watching football games. So yeah, he is very slow, and but whatever. How many people know the Cat Stevens story? That's a good question. The Cat's in the Cradle and the Silver Spoons, and Little Boy Blue and the Man in the Moon, and When You Coming Home, Son. I don't know when, but we'll have a good time then. Yeah, but I don't know. Cat Stevens, yeah, he's good. I like that stuff. There's so much great music. Doc Danger, he does a music show, and music is huge for me. It's my big thing. Most of the music I have on my channel is music that I wrote. So yeah, I'm really into music. I love that stuff. Let's see. Oh, Cindy Lucian's in the house. What's up? Ooh, I want to hear this. I figured out why frauditors tick me off so much after thinking about it for several hours. All right, what's up? Let's hear it. If it's the wrong day for no. We always talk about frauditors. It's just, since it's almost Christmas, we're kind of going off on a couple other little tangents as well. But yeah, I want to hear the story. What's Steven's cat's name? Oh man. Yes, in Delusion, we want to hear the story. I love to listen to music. Yeah, there've been a couple times actually where I've done music streams. I don't mind doing them. In fact, I love doing it because I love music, but I always end up getting struck or kicked out by YouTube because they don't like that. So I don't know. It's it's a balancing act when you start playing copywritten music on Script Cat cried when Harry Chapin died. Yeah. Okay. All right. They constantly say there is no expectation of privacy in public, right? Right. Yeah, they say that all the time because they're douche canoes. But go on. Ooh, baby, it's a wild world. Yeah, I know. It's just that popped into my head. I don't know why, but it's a great song, so I sang it. Ooh, baby, it's a wild world. Maybe because he did Father and Son is what made me think of it. All right, here we go. He's going on. Okay, so they constantly invade others' privacy, but if someone does the same thing to them, they cry like babies. It's the hypocrisy of them saying only they have rights. Well, that's the thing. It's interesting to see how, and I always point this out when it comes to that is this idea that they always like to say, if you ask them why they're filming, well, why don't you mind your own business and leave me alone? You're filming my business. How is that you minding your own business? How is you pointing your camera at me to film my business, you minding your own business? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Now, I don't know what happened. Where did what do you call a kid who doesn't believe in Santa? A rebel without a clause. Oh. You know, we do the road show. We'd come and do our show here if you want. Just say the word. Hey, I'm definitely up for that. Let's see. But there was something somebody said earlier that I wanted to. Judy said she's not trying to be controversial. What controversy? What are you talking about? We're just having fun. Let's see. Free ball. I thought it was called free ball. Is that what you're talking about? Oh boy. All right. So, let's see. The shining example is DMA being so obsessed about some lady taking pictures of him. He's still trying to get those pictures off the lady's phone. What's up, Zerzu? Yeah, it's okay. So that's a big part of the issue with me as well, right? They're supposedly out there fighting for people's right to film. Unless you're filming them, then all of a sudden it's a freaking federal case. You're a Canbacking Karen. How dare you film me? You can't do that. I'm going to FOIA your phone, and you can't film me, and that's not right. It's like, I thought your whole purpose was to let everyone know they have the right to film. Unless they're filming you, then they don't have the right to film. Like, it's so stupid. Oh, man. I missed a comment on what? There's a lot of comments in here. Yes, exactly. Cinda Lucian brings up a great point. Like, there used to be a time where people had respect for other people's privacy. Like, it didn't matter if, and this is one of the big things with their arguments that drives me so nuts. It's always like, well, technically, legally, I'm allowed to do this. Well, technically, legally, I'm allowed to do that. It's like, yes, but 20 years ago, it wasn't an issue because people didn't do that. People had respect for each other. They didn't have to make a law saying, don't walk up to people and call them names and give them a hard time. Because if you did, they'd just knock you out. And that'd be it. Problem solved. So they didn't have to make laws against that. Anyway, yeah, DMA whining about a snitch, which is hilarious. And what did the guy do to snitch him out? I mean, really. The cop said, well, we're waiting on a warrant to look into your phone. He's like, well, I'll just tell you the password and let you look in my phone. That's what he did. That was the big snitch. Because he was talking to DMA on his phone through text. So that's why he's a big, horrible, terrible, evil person. Hypocrites, very much so. Let's see. And okay, actually, that's another interesting point. What's up, Mr. Shadow Kitty? The idea, and they always say this, talking about like, there's always cameras outside, and there's always security cameras, and this and that. Have you ever seen security camera footage? You should look it up on YouTube because there's a ton of it. You could find it, okay? Security cameras aren't pointing at specific individuals and focusing in on them and zooming in on them and purposely going out of their way to film the text on the computer screens of anyone, right? Like, none of the things that happen on security cameras are equivalent to what these guys are doing. Plus the fact that you can take video on your phone. And in fact, I just saw a video. I don't remember exactly who it was, but he actually said it in the video. He was videotaping somebody and he's like, wow, you're cute. And the guy's like, well, what are you going to do with this footage? He's like, well, I'm going to take it home and masturbate to it. That's what he said. That's what the frauditor actually said to this guy. So it's like, yes, that's exactly the difference. That's exactly the point. That's exactly why people feel uncomfortable when a random guy with a cell phone films them. The security cameras that are outside are there so that if there's a robbery or a murder or some horrible stuff going on, they can go back, look at the footage, and figure out what happened. But you film it on your phone, nobody knows where that footage is going to end up or what you're going to end up doing with it. And just because you say, oh, well, I'm just filming, that doesn't mean anything, especially because that means it's going to end up on YouTube. But you're not going to tell them what your YouTube channel name is. You're not going to tell them where to find you. If a frauditor's brain was gasoline, they couldn't power up. Oh, yes. That's awesome. They have trolls by mail. They read your license plate and track your travels. People don't realize how fast it's happening. See, and I've said this before too, like, and of course they never seem to understand this because they're too stupid to understand anything, or they wouldn't be frauditors. Oh yeah, I saw that one. The guy's like, well, and I've said that before too. Like, if I knew where an auditor lived, right, and I could go to his house and put my tripod up in front of his front door on the public sidewalk and point the camera at his house and just stand there and film his house. And I think this is part of the problem. In fact, I think this is a big part of the problem. Patience. Patience has a lot to do with it. And here's what I mean by that. 99% of the time, when they're talking about a quote-unquote cam back, what they're talking about is somebody who sees an auditor filming, starts filming them, the auditor argues with them, and then they leave. But that's not what an auditor would do. An auditor would film and film and film. And if he's there for an hour or if he's there for 6 hours, it doesn't matter. They're going to stay and they're going to keep filming until they get their negative reaction. And that's the way, if you're going to try and turn it around on them, that's the way to do it. You set up your tripod in front of their house and bring a bunch of battery packs with you and stay there all freaking day filming their house. And don't move. Because that's what they do. Eventually, they're going to say something, and that's when you can flip the script on them and use their own words against them. Let's see. And this is another thing that comes up a lot, especially like I was talking about Here's the Deal earlier. And he says this all the time. And all of these guys seem to have this idea about submitting to the government and complying with demands. And it's like the idea of, okay, so when I see a road, I'm driving down the road, and I see the speed limit say 25, and I see that I'm in a neighborhood where there's, kids running around in the streets playing with their ball, having fun, and there's families walking around and doing things and people mowing their grass or whatever. It makes sense logically in my brain that, yeah, I probably shouldn't be driving faster than 25 miles an hour around here anyway. Like, the idea of maintaining the speed limit makes sense. But in their minds, or at least from their argument, I'm not thinking that. They're telling me what I'm thinking, right? The reason why I'm driving the speed limit is because I will obey. I will obey the evil tyrannical masters, and I will bow down before them and lick their boots because I choose not to break the law. Like, that's not what it is. That's not what it's about. It's not about complying to the evil tyrannical government. There's a reason why the speed limit's there. There's a reason why they don't want you driving 93 miles an hour through a school zone. It just makes sense. Yes, exactly. But here's the thing. David actually does have a good point there. He actually does make a point there, because I remember, again, being from Chicago, we have an infamous road in Chicago called Interstate 94. And if you go on that road and you drive the speed limit, all you're going to do is make everyone else on that road hate your guts and want to try and kill you. Because nobody obeys the speed limit on. Everyone's zooming by. All right. So I get it. But in situations like that, there is a thing. And I mean, it's more complicated. This is an oversimplification, but there is a thing about maintaining the flow of traffic. That is a thing. And if you're disrupting the flow of traffic by driving too slow, that can become an issue. So I get that, and I understand that. But, and I've said this before too, okay? If I'm driving over the speed limit, it's not like I'm some wonderful, beautiful saint who would never, ever even imagine going even 1 mile over the speed limit. No, I'm not Mr. Innocent, right? I've done it. I get it. My point is, if I get pulled over for speeding, I'm not going to say cops are evil, horrible, tyrannical monsters. I was speeding. I was. I'm going to take my beating, right? If you walk up to somebody and call them an a-hole and a pussy and this and that and the other thing, and they smack you around a little bit, you probably asked for it. If I'm driving and I know that I'm speeding and I get pulled over, it's not the cop's fault that I was speeding. I was. So I'm going to take my ticket, and I'm not going to sit there and be a jerk about it and argue about, I'm not going to show you my license because UCC code 4,308 says that there's no law against Black Law's dictionary saying that No, I was speeding. I get pulled over for speeding. I take my ticket. I show them my driver's license. I do the thing because I was doing it, and I know I was. I'm going to be an adult and I'm going to take responsibility for my actions. You know what? Merry Christmas to you too, Rogue. Merry Christmas to you. I hate what you do, but you're still a human. Merry Christmas, buddy. Welcome. But so anyway, yeah, it's like, you know, you have to be an adult. You have to take responsibility for your own actions. And if you're not breaking the law, that doesn't mean that you're just complying with the evil, tyrannical government. You're not breaking the law because you're not breaking the law. Like, it isn't about, oh, you're just going to do what you're told because you're a bootlicker. No, I'm going to follow the law because the law makes sense. Well, you know, slavery used to be legal. Right. Used to be. Well, alcohol used to be illegal. Right. Used to be. Well, in 1994, the Mullen Commission found bad cops. Right. They found the bad cops in 94. They found them. Like, always bringing up all of these other things that have absolutely nothing to do with what's actually going on Earth anymore. Things that happened in the past, maybe. You know, like, again, yesterday when I was watching that video from Here's the Deal, he spent a good like 15 minutes in the video talking about the Maddox situation. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, the whole Vietnam War started, like, ultimately the very first domino that led to the whole thing was Vietnamese ship firing at an American ship. And the Johnson administration turned that event into something much. I'm not supporting the Johnson administration in the way they handled it because it was wrong. I'm not going to say that they were right, but he went on for like 15 minutes describing that whole situation and how the whole Vietnam War started and millions of people died and all these terrible things happened because of this lie from the Johnson administration in the 60s. Fine. They always do that. Frauditors, sovereign citizens, always do that. Rogue Nation always does it. They point out legitimate things that are wrong. The way the Johnson administration handled the situation was wrong. But here's the deal, was comparing it to Big Wes's YouTube channel. Like, some kid expressing his opinion on YouTube is completely different than the federal government spreading misinformation to support their war effort. Like, what? Like, this is what they do. That again, that goes back to like what I was saying with Rogue. It always do. What's up, Debos? It's the whole thing of, hey, why is it okay for you to give the secretary who's just trying to fill out a form a hard time? Well, because a bunch of cops killed each other in Detroit 16 years ago. All right, I'm not asking you about that. I'm talking about, what does this lady sitting behind a desk trying to do her job have to do with that on any level? Like, their justification for everything they do is based on bad things that have nothing to do with the person that they're going after. Well, I am going to expose the corruption. How? By bothering people that have nothing to do with it. Yeah, that's, I don't know what that is. That's stupid is what that is. Anyway, I wasn't trying to turn this into a debate about the Vietnam War. I was just pointing out how, here's the deal, use that whole situation as an analogy to Big Wes's channel. Like, And I get what his point was. It's not like I didn't understand what he was trying to say. Okay. He was talking about how the media covered the story and how the media coverage led to getting support from, the people, which obviously that didn't work out. We all know Vietnam and the whole thing fell apart. But what's happening is, well, what he's doing, or what he was trying to do, was build the comparison between the news media coverage of the Token incident and Big Wes posting videos as like the same thing. And it's like, no, because when the newspapers reported on the Vietnamese ships attacking the American ships, the newspapers, especially at that time, were very much considered a legitimate source of information, a reliable source of information. And the newspapers got their information directly from the Johnson administration, which again, at the time, was considered a legitimate news source. Some kid sharing an opinion on YouTube is not considered by the general public to be a legitimate news source. Again, we could argue about whether they actually were legitimate, but that's not the point. The point is the general public, if they read something in the newspaper back in the 60s, they believed it, especially if it was coming from the president. But some kid sharing his opinion, it's not with the newspaper. We're not talking about an op-ed piece. We're talking about a news report stated as fact. This kid giving his opinion on his little YouTube channel, how is that equivalent? It's not. False equivalencies. From the frauditor side, you say it's not so. That would never happen. Crazy. And these, so many of the ideas that these people have are just so. Hey, what's up, Uncle Artie? How did Rogue get back in here? Oh boy. Well, I thought about it, Unclean, and I realized something. I think Rogue loves it when I spaz out on my channel, but when I started spazzing out on his channel, I can't hold it against him that he booted me for that, because it's his channel. He can do what he wants on his channel. Again, I get it, but at the same time, like, he needs to understand that I always thought that he was a fan of my spazzing out. So I thought when he brought me up on his panel that he'd be like, okay, cool, he's doing his thing again. But I think he was embarrassed with his little friends he had on his panel that I was actually like spitting facts, because they can't stand it when you spit facts. You to these guys, yeah, Jerry, I did. I love it, but I mean, I got my own 12 Days of Christmas video. Damn it. But yeah, Tones is great, and I love that video. I thought that was hilarious, especially the whole Fezzington bit at the beginning. That was great stuff. Rogue says it's public, and he's allowed in public. If that's true, then he wouldn't have been able to boot me off of his channel, right? Because it's private. It's his private channel. Archangel 3, what's up? Let's see. Rogue is a one-way road. Never the facts, never the law. The only way they want it, which is always illegal. Here's the thing, again, with that is when it comes to their opinions and the way they state their lies, so-called facts or whatever, it's always based on so many ideas that they have in their heads that are just wrong. And that's a big part of the problem. it's just wrong. Like I always say, it's like it doesn't matter how much you believe or how much you argue that 2 + 2 is 16. It's not. And I'm not being judgmental or foolish or stupid or bowing down to the tyranny of the mathematical community to accept that 2 + 2 is 4. It is 4. If you grab two things and then grab two more things and then count them, you will have 4 things. I'm not bowing and bootlicking the mathematical community by accepting the fact. These guys will not accept fact. And when you try to argue fact, they just come back with insults because you can't argue fact because it's fact. So then that's when they say, well, yeah, but you're stupid. Or, yeah, but a cop killed a kid once. Okay, but what does that have to do with the facts that I'm throwing out there? Oh, well, you're just a bootlicker. Okay, but will you address the fact that I'm stating? Well, you just bow down to the government. Okay, but I stated a fact. What's your factual argument against what I'm saying? Well, somebody killed somebody once. Okay. What does that have to do with what I'm talking about? It doesn't. I need to refill my drink, so I'm going to play a video for a couple minutes while I'm gone. And since we're talking about stupid people saying stupid things, we'll listen to an idiot for a while I'm gone. Let's see. Where's the one I wanted to look at? Let me pull this up real quick. Because this is different than the one I showed yesterday. But it's the same kind of thing. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. This guy, the stupidity that this guy spouts out of his mouth as fact really, really bothers me because it's bad enough that everything he says is wrong, but the fact that he states it as fact. Yes, I'm gonna get a new drink. I'm gonna get honey. Believe me, I'm gonna take care of what I can do while I'm playing this. Hold on. The show must go on, brothers. I made a commitment to be here at 7 o'clock in the morning, 5 days a week for you guys. And I love you guys so much. And if any of you ever think maybe I'm not, legit or I don't actually love you guys, even when I'm freaking sick, I made a commitment to be here every morning, 5 days a week at 7 a.m. for you guys. And here I am, damn it. I love you guys, damn it. Math and law are different. Once again, they never actually listen to what you're saying. My point is fact is fact. I'm not using that as a comparison between law and math. I'm using that as an analogy to an undeniable fact is an undeniable fact. Mathematics is the example I use because it's so easy to prove. Like I said, if you grab two things and then grab two more things, you are going to have 4 things no matter what because it's a fact. Not because the evil, tyrannical, mathematical powers that be have decided to control us by making us believe it's 4. It is 4. Fact is fact. That was my point. It wasn't a comparison of math. It was an analogy about how facts are facts and you can't deny facts. These guys state things that are not facts as if they are facts. They just say this stuff. Listen to the stupidity that comes out of this guy's mouth. Almost every word he says is opinion stated as fact. It's hilarious. And it's funny to me also, and I love covering this guy now that I'm starting to watch more and more of his stuff. Thank you, Nancy. He not only constantly states his opinions as though they're facts, He constantly calls us out for the exact opposite.
You are a criminal if you buy, if you possess, if you transport alcohol, whereas before the clock struck midnight that night, it was perfectly fine to buy, possess, and transport alcohol. But all of a
Happened
sudden,
a long
because
time
these
ago,
special
been
peoples in
fixed.
government said that you're now a criminal because we arbitrarily say you are, what magic is
That happened in
this?
the 30s, and we
That's
fixed it.
the land of fairy tales and unicorn
See?
wings and
He's
pixie
describing
dust.
himself now.
Where does that come from? You mean to tell me that I could buy, sell, and
That was
transport
a mistake,
alcohol
and it's been
60
fixed.
seconds ago, but now
Before
that's
you
been
were born.
enacted in law, now I'm a criminal?
I'll be back. I got to go get a
How
drink.
is that? How does that actually work? They, that is the sovereign citizens, use a variety of conspiracy theories and falsehoods. What is a conspiracy theory? It's a derogatory term meant to throw you off the trail. It's meant to minimize who you are and what you say right off the bat. Just believe me, Alex Jones is a conspiracy theorist, i.e., you shouldn't trust one word you say. Now, I personally think that whenever you hear anybody talk, you should take everything with a grain of salt and you should do your own research and not just believe what people say because you're immersed in the cult of personality. It's not a good idea to get into the cult of personality. It's not a good idea to start drinking the Kool-Aid. It's not a good idea to shelf your critical thinking and cement yourself into cognitive dissonance. It is a good idea to question everything and everybody at all times, including me, including you, even questioning yourself. It's like, why do I believe what I believe? Am I acting on what I know or am I acting on what I believe? Because belief is the enemy of knowledge and knowledge is the enemy of belief. If you believe something, it means you don't really know for a fact. If you know something, there's no belief required. So they say, and that's what conspiracy theory is. It's meant to disarm you. It's meant to get you on somebody else's side. It's actually a term of derision. It's an ad hominem that has nothing to do with the argument. It's like, hey, I'll just use Alex Jones as an example. Hey, discount everything Alex Jones says because he got this right here wrong. And it's like, yeah, but what about all these 10 things right here? And I'm not an advocate for Alex Jones. He just so happens to be big time in the news right now. But what about these 10 things over here he got right? 10 years before mainstream media would even touch it or mention it. So it's this derogatory term meant to disarm you and meant to, basically slander a critical thinking for thinking outside the box. As a matter of fact, anytime you hear anybody from Fake Stream, CIA, Infiltrated, Operation Mockingbird, MK Ultra Media mention Alex Jones, it's always prefaced with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones said. Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones was taken to court today and assessed $1 billion in damages for what he said about the SH parents. What if we said pudgy propagandist Donnie O'Sullivan from the Counterfeit Communist News Network, or pitchman for the military industrial complex Oliver Darcy from the Communist News Network, or Jakey the Snake Tapper, who's always known for lying on CNN, or Rachel Madcow, who spewed nothing but lies in regard to the VAXX from the Big Farm Guy industrial complex. What if we prefaced it like that? It would be the truth. Saying conspiracy theorist Alex Jones may or may not be the truth, but we know why they mention it. So I personally believe that when we're talking about auditors versus people who call the auditors frauditors, we should take everything with a grain of salt. Everything is open to criticism, logical, reasonable, rational criticism, including me, including you, and stay away from the ad hominems because it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't have anything to do with the subject matter. They use a variety of conspiracy theories and falsehoods to justify their beliefs and their activities. Oh, falsehoods and beliefs and activities like, standing for the First Amendment right to freedom of speech, freedom of the press. You mean those beliefs and activities? Some of which are illegal and violent. Of course, nobody on this channel, nobody in your channels, I'm sure, is advocating the initiation of violence at all. The next thing I want to define is fraud. What the heck is fraud? It's pretty easy. Wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial or personal gain. Now, are there auditors out here who are just in it for the money? Probably. I mean, human nature would dictate there might be a large percentage of them that are just out there. They don't care about freedoms. but I don't know how to determine whether they care about freedoms or money or whatever. Now, is it wrong for an auditor to go out there and reap the benefits of his hard work? And it is hard work, standing there in front of a camera, speaking truth to power, and potentially being thrown into a rape cage for standing on your constitutionally protected rights. But is that fraud? I can't say that somebody's being fraudulent unless I actually know that they're being fraudulent, unless I actually hear them admit, yeah, I'm only in it for the money and I could give a damn about the community. Other than that, all I can do is judge their actions. And then based on that, just give you my opinion about, well, I kind of wouldn't have done it that way. That doesn't make it wrong or right. Seems like in the course of, you know, trying to get along with your fellow human beings, it might not be a good tactic to be calling the female cop an F and C, you know. A person or thing intended to deceive others. Now, you would have to know somebody's intent. You would have to know somebody's motivation, or you would have to extract some kind of admission from the auditor that he's actually there just to deceive. Could there be people in the auditing community that are trying to deceive other people? Could there be people in the auditing community that are just there for the money? Is it wrong to actually do this for a living and get a paycheck from doing this? I don't see how that's a problem. That's not a problem at all. As long as you're conducting your business, knowing that people can voluntarily watch you, voluntarily buy your shirts, hats, whatever you got to sell, or, you know, get ad revenue through Google or whatever, as long as everything's voluntary and above board and everything's done in a mutually consensual way, I don't have a problem with any of this stuff. My problem is when somebody steps across that line and forces somebody to do something they don't want to do.
Okay. So I was gone for a minute. So I didn't, say anything about anything he was saying because I wasn't in the room. And I'm sure he said a lot of stupid things that I missed. I'm going to try something. I got a Vicks Vapo pad. You're supposed to put it in your dehumidifier, but I don't have one. So I think I'm just going to rub it on my chest and see what happens. Ooh, that's strong. Wow, I should have just I'm so stupid. You know what? Actually, I got a pocket. I'm going to put it in my pocket, and then I'll have my Vicks. Yeah, there you go. Ooh, I just took some NyQuil or DayQuil. So, just then, what he was just saying, right? Okay. Once again, and as always, I don't think any of us have a problem with the fact that these guys get paid for their videos. Okay? It's that they build this whole narrative around the fact that they're not doing it for money. They're doing it for freedom and for liberty. So that's a lie. And you say, well, if people choose to buy their product, whatever, so then it would be okay if McDonald's started saying that the Big Mac is full of vitamins, and if you eat nothing but Big Macs, you're guaranteed to get healthy and lose weight. Wouldn't that be false advertising? Wouldn't that be wrong? Like, that's the equivalency there. But people choose to buy them. Yeah, but false advertising is illegal for a reason. You can't. The people who voluntarily watch your channel are voluntarily watching it based on a false narrative, based on a lie. That's the problem. Not the fact that they're making money. I give a crap if that's their job. My goal, as far as this channel is concerned, is to make this my job, my full-time job. That would be the dream, right? I went to college. I got my degree in film and video production. Okay, so I've always wanted to do this, and this gives me the opportunity to try and achieve that goal without having to try and go to Hollywood and beg a producer who's trying to, those guys are, some of them are bad. Anyway, Uncle Artie, he's like, if this is your job, you're fired. It's not my job yet. I'm trying to make it my job. I'm trying to get this channel to the point where I actually can just do this and be comfortable. But again, The problem isn't with these guys making money off of their channels. The problem is that they're doing it under false pretenses.
In the realm of sex, that's called rape. In the realm of life, that's called murder. In the realm of owning goods and property and personal things, it's called theft. When you violate somebody else's consent, that's a bad thing. Thanks, Joe Ramirez, for being a member for 12 months. I appreciate that. And if you guys want to become a member, you know where the button is. If you want to subscribe to this channel, also if you want to support the channel, fine. If not, one of the best ways to do it is subscribe, start buy me a copy of Cash App if you want to sidestep the 30% thing, or if you want to send a super chat and I'll read it out and all that kind of stuff. I appreciate it. So what's tyranny? So there's three things that we got to define: sovereign citizen, what is fraud, and what is tyranny? Because we talk about tyrants and tyranny all the time, but what is it? What is it practically speaking? Cruel and oppressive government or rule. That's pretty general. A nation under cruel and oppressive government. Here's the one I want to key in on. Cruel, unreasonable, or arbitrary use of power or control. Didn't Jeffrey Dahmer use cruel, unreasonable, arbitrary use of power on his victims? Yes, he did.
So he's comparing cops to Jeffrey Dahmer. Ugh. Stupidity on mass display. Ugh. Who is this moron? His name is what's his name? Rogue knows him because he's always in his chat. Jeffrey Dahmer had an eating disorder. His name is Here's the Deal. And I didn't even, well, I mean, I've seen videos of his before, but I really, when I saw the video where he went on against Big West and then Fraud or Troll, which is the one I'm playing now, I'm getting more and more interested in this guy, because if you listen to what he says, obviously the guy has no idea what he's talking about. But when I listen to what he says, there's a couple things that I notice, and I mentioned this earlier, why I'm sort of becoming more and more fascinated with this dude. One, because he sounds like he says over and over, I don't understand what these guys are thinking. I really wish one of them would try to explain to me why they believe this stuff, okay? Which is exactly the same thing I think when I hear him talk. So that fascinates me, because it seems like he at least portrays himself as actually being willing to learn. And I like that, because most of these guys, if you try to tell them something, they don't want to hear it. He seems like someone who actually is asking, tell me, I don't get it. Number one. Number two, by the way, putting that VIX thing in my pocket was a great idea, because it's pouring up in my face. I can feel it. It's great. But the other thing is that when he shows these videos and he talks about not just us, like who's this Fraud or Troll guy? Who's this Big West Audits guy? Who's this? Not just us, but even on their end, when he watches theirs video, who's this News Now Patrick guy? I don't recognize this Karen Benson person. I don't, Regan, whatever. I don't know. So it seems more, and he says straight up, I haven't really been following this for too long. So it's like, well, wait a minute. He's talking about being kind of open-minded to hear our side, and he's admitting flat out that he isn't 100% familiar with our side or their side. So it's like, well, wait a minute. There might actually be an opportunity somewhere in there for this guy to actually learn something. I don't know. That's why I like listening to what he has to say, because I could break down almost every word he says and explain why he's wrong. And it's like, if I could do that to him, maybe he might actually learn something.
So in essence, being a tyrant, generally when we think of a tyrant, we think of like a government entity, a body of people who call themselves government, who trample on the rights of a whole bunch of other people. But there's a microcosm of tyranny as well. You're being a form of a tyrant when you are doing something against somebody else's will, forcing them to have sex, forcing them to give you their money, forcing yourself into their home. You're exercising your power and control over other people against their consent. That's tyranny. Thank you, Brooklyn Audits, for that super chat. Much appreciated. If you haven't looked at Brooklyn Audits, he's got a lot of good audits he's putting up over there. And the Escape from New York City. All right, so what's an audit? Audit's pretty simple too. An official inspection of an individual organization's account. So when you go out there with, I don't have my cell phone around here. If you go out there with your cell phone and you're recording cops or judges or lawyers or officials or authorities or congressmen or senator, people who are acting as public servants, when you're recording them, you're inspecting them. And a lot of times we see on these videos, cops don't want to be inspected. They don't want to be scrutinized. They don't want an additional camera on them. They don't want your camera on them. Oh, they'll have their body cameras on. They'll have their dash cams forward and rear facing. They'll have their police station cameras on you. They'll have their post office cameras on you. They'll have their Senate House cameras on you. But when you add another camera in the mix, well, that just won't be tolerated. So then what do? They exercise their force and control and their coercion, and they enact violence and brutality on you because you decided to record them like they're recording you.
Show me. Everything he just said, every word of it is nonsense. Show me one video. I watch frauditor videos all day. You don't. You admit that you're not that familiar with all these different auditors. You never even heard of half of them. So I know more about what they're, I can guarantee you I've seen more of their videos than you have. What happens? Will you please take a few steps back, sir? Will you please film from the sidewalk, sir? They don't want cameras on them. They're not telling you don't film. They're telling you don't film from in the crime scene. They're asking you to film from a safe distance. Oh my God, the tyranny. Cry me a river, baby.
Where's the justice in that? There ain't no justice in that. And that's a lot of the reason why some people quit their jobs and start recording the police, because now you become the eyes of the world on a localized situation or a localized police department or an individual.
Wrong. If somebody quits their job to become a frauditor, it's because they realize that it's easy money. All you got to do is go like this and then upload it and you're going to get paid. They'd much rather do that than work.
Individual cop who you believe to be corrupt, and you're bringing the eyes and audience of the world onto that, whereas it wasn't there before. Wasn't there in the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, but now it can be with the advent of the internet. It's an amazing and beautiful thing. Transparency is a good thing.
Yes, transparency is a good thing, but frauditing is not that. Ugh. Where is it? Yeah, I see a lot of people already are attacking him. Listen, if you really, really, really want to lick Long Island Audit's boots that bad, that's your problem, buddy. You want to be a sheep following people like this guy and Long Island Audit and these idiots? That's your choice. But I'm here to tell you, just because someone speaks calmly doesn't make them a good person. Bay Area Transparency is a horrible human being. Horrible. And so is Long Island Audit. But because he talks like this, it's okay. You guys all think that what they do is fine. Excuse me, sir. You're a stupid tyrant douchebag who has to do what I say, when I say it, because I said it, because I have rights and you don't, because I own a camera. Therefore, you can kiss my ass. And because I'm saying it calmly, it's okay. Passive, aggressive, garbage, nonsense, crap. They're doing the same BS that they all do, but since they're doing it in a calm voice, that makes it okay? Not.
Sunlight will always be the greatest disinfectant, and basically you have sunlight in your pocket when you turn on your camera. So let me go. Let's go over this right here. I want to understand, and I welcome all people who don't believe like I do to this discussion. There was somebody in the chat that I watched. I was kind of paying attention to it while I was trying to get everything working in the background here. But there was somebody said some frauder. What's up, Denver Metro Audits? I think one of the videos that we're going to go over has you in it. And we're going to look at it, and we're going to scrutinize it, and we're going to be open to criticism. And truth fears no scrutiny, guys. If you believe, or if you know, I mean, you can think that you know something, but it's really only a belief, and vice versa. But you can really believe in your heart of hearts that you're doing the right thing. You can believe that you're on the right course. And then somebody else goes, hey, you know what? You need to make a little course correction because you're kind of going in the wrong direction. You know, your compass is a little off and it needs some adjusting. And then you open yourself to that criticism, and then you become a better person for it. Or you start having a discussion. It's like, well, I think you're seeing this wrong. Here's how I see it. And then you open up a dialogue and a conversation instead of cutting people off. Denver Metro Audits is a freaking frauditor. Press with rancor, man. He's just trying to intimidate people with that Batman voice.
Okay, see, this is an example of why I'm fascinated by this guy. Because if you take what he's saying at face value, he's saying that he doesn't think conversation should turn into this, what he's doing right now. He's saying he thinks conversation should not become that. And that's the issue I have with talking to these guys. I was open to it for a long time. For those of you who don't know me, I've had Direct D on this channel. I've had Rogue Nation on this channel. I've interviewed on Troll's channel, CH and TY. I talked to Craig. I've been on Paul Unslaved's channel. I've talked to Broken Sister, Broken Trust. I've talked to Audit Them. I've talked to a bunch of these guys. I've talked to Wolverine Transparency. I've talked to a bunch of these guys, but it always turns into that. If I make a legitimate point, they never address the point. They immediately go into ad hominems and insults. It even got to a point where Paul Unslaved was making fun of me because my headphones. Wait, they're okay. Hold on, I have to plug it in. I was stating facts, and in response, Paul Unslave was making fun of the fact that my headphones light up. Really? That's your argument against me? Yeah, Long Island Audit isn't going to talk to somebody on our end. The mom in me wants to slap them upside the ear. Yes. Yes, these guys are obviously, they act like children. Big time. Big time. These guys obviously didn't get enough beatings when they were kids. Because so many of them act like children. And that's what I'm saying. That whole Paul Unslave thing literally was, here's what happened. For those of you who don't know the story, I was on Paul Unslave's channel, and he had a whole panel. It was like 9 frauditors and me. And Wolverine Transparency was there. Okay, Joe Cool was there, but I don't want to say anything bad about Joe Cool because me and Joe Cool actually are cool. All right. But what's funny is while Joe Cool was there, maybe because he's cool with me, the panel was cool with me and we were having a good discussion. But as soon as he left, somebody on the panel asked me, if you walked into a building during the pandemic and they had a sign in front that said masks required, did you put on a mask? So because I honestly, truthfully answered their question and said yes, a relatively intelligent discussion immediately turned into everyone on the panel turning into a bunch of kids in the schoolyard making fun of me and picking on me and throwing stones at me and calling me names and making fun of my headphones and all that. Like, okay, but why not say, okay, if you think masks help, here are my issues with mask mandates. Here are my issues with the pandemic and the science that haven't actually discussed. You want to make a point about why they're bad? Turning into a high school bully isn't going to make your point. It's just name calling and ad hominem attacks and stupidity. No logic, no intellect, nothing. So that was the moment I decided I was going to stop talking to these idiots. But this guy, if he's to be taken at face value, if he's honest, then yeah, I can make fun of the things he says and, you know, his beliefs because he's obviously wrong. But if he legitimately is open the way he says he is, then I want to point out stuff, specific facts to show him, look, here's why you're wrong. Maybe he might actually learn something.
Show me where I need to. I love, if you've not tuned into Press with Ranker, it's like the cops pull him over and he just completely, he goes, I think you violated 18 USC 242 deprivation of rights under color of law. Can you prove to me that you're the person that you say you are? And the cops are like, I've never encountered that before. And you say it with such authority. I need to get my supervisor. It's hilarious, man. So we're going to look at this, hopefully open ourselves up to criticism. I invite everybody who calls auditors frauditors to the discussion table, but I just want to know one thing from the people who call auditors frauditors. Don't you want to be free? Don't you understand what the supreme law of the land is supposed to be?
All right. So let me ask you guys, because he just said it, and it's like I was saying earlier, it's specifically because he says things like this that make me think, after that whole Paul Unslaved incident, I vowed that I was done talking to these guys. But he's inviting the conversation. He's saying, he just said, I would love somebody who calls us frauditors to sit down with me and explain to me what's going on. So, like, should I give him the benefit of the doubt? Should I email this guy and tell him, hey, I'm one of those guys. You want to sit and talk with one of those guys? I'll be happy to sit and talk with you. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, though, because, again, I've tried that over and over and over, and every time it just turned into a dumpster fire. But he seems like he might be open. I don't know. And even if it did turn into a dumpster fire, it might be good TV. It might actually become an entertaining interview. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think.
Don't you understand that these people
the
that you're criticizing, and it's no problem with criticism. It's just that it goes over into ugliness and bad feelings and ad hominem attacks. But don't you think that it's proper to exercise the freedom of press and the freedom of speech? So let's go over some of this. Let me just play a small snippet of this, and you guys let me know if you guys can hear system audio. Take down exposing frauditors. Okay, so can you guys hear system audio? Okay. Broken trust says no, they want to be enslaved. I mean, do you really believe that people want to be enslaved? I mean, yes, there are bootlickers, there are tyrant lovers. Can you guys hear it?
Yeah, it's very loud.
Press with Ranker. Our unalterable resolution should always be to be free. A freaking man. Oh, you guys can't? Wait a second. Somebody said no. Can you guys hear system audio or no?
Yes, it's
audio
very
good.
loud. And here's another thing real quick. What's up, LJ Sings? Good to see you. So here's another example of why I have an issue with this whole philosophy, right? He's talking about pure, absolute freedom. That he wants to live his life where there's no tyranny, no government intervention, none of that stuff. Well, if he wants to do that, he can. But first, he has to think about the fact that those headphones he's wearing were made by a corporation. That there are government rules and regulations with the FCC on anything having to do with audio. Oh, and he's talking into a microphone. So he's going to have to get rid of the headphones. He's going to have to get rid of the microphone. Oh, what about the internet itself? You think those satellites were launched into outer space by some random dude who built a satellite in his backyard? That's all part of the system that you're against. How about the computer itself? How about your house? You didn't build it. The only way you can live the way that you purport to want to live, you can do it. You can. Get rid of all your crap, take off all your clothes, go to Montana, go naked into the woods, and you want to be completely off grid and away from the system, and go to a farmer's market, this is exactly what you would do. I'm not just saying this. This is legit. Get some spinach, and it has to be from a farmer's market, because if you buy it from a company, then you're engaged in the system that you hate. Go to a farmer's market, get some spinach and some sweet potatoes. They can't be yams. They have to be actual sweet potatoes. Get a big old bag of all that. Take off all your clothes, sell all your stuff, give all your money away. Move to Montana, walk out into the woods, grow your own food. And the reason why I specifically say spinach and sweet potatoes, not yams, is because those are two things that you can grow and eat and live off of and be okay with just eating those two things. So do that, and then you will have the freedom that you wanted. That's what you're looking for. That's the world you want, is complete and absolute autonomy and freedom, having nothing to do with the system at all. So go off grid, pal. And you can. Go do it. That's why I say Montana. Because you go out there, nobody's going to bother you. Nobody. If you don't believe that, since you love to bring up the past, just look at the Unabomber. The only reason the FBI found him was because his brother told them he was hiding in the woods of Montana. You hide in the woods of Montana and you will be off grid, and you will not, nobody's going to bother you. Do whatever you want. You want to masturbate in the woods? Go ahead. You want to grow your own food? Go ahead. You want to chop down trees? Good luck to build your house. Good luck, because you can't buy tools because you have to engage in the system you're against to purchase the tools. So, I don't know, build your house out of sticks and leaves, I guess. You can. You can dig with your hands. Good luck. Haven't you ever played Minecraft? You chopped down a tree with it. Anyway, let's go back to it.
The name of this channel is Takedown. Oh, okay, that's the name of the channel. Takedown, exposing frauders. Holy cow, Gusano! Thank you for that $50 super chat, man. That's freaking wow. That's freaking humbling. Gusano, appreciate that, man. Or one, I don't know if you're a man or woman, but I appreciate that. Here we go.
Well, guys, welcome to the channel again. Happy Friday. We have a frauditor that rolls up on the scene with a big mouth, just being a bully, guys. This lady officer was nothing but polite to him.
Okay, so here we go. Frauditor rolling up on the scene with a big mouth. All right, just being a bully. He's got a big mouth and he's a bully. So right off the bat, he paints a picture on how the audience should view this guy that he calls a frauditor. Wow, that's just, guys, I don't know what you think about that, but in my opinion, that's not a.
All right, real quick. Kathy Norris makes a good point here, but I wanted to address something about this comment. Only because I have a sense of humor. I know that you meant to type money. But when I first read this comment, the first thing that popped into my head is, these idiots don't know who Claude Monet is. You show them one of his paintings, they won't know what the hell they're looking at. But I know you meant money. It's a joke. Love you guys.
A good objective start. It's almost like subliminally injecting subjectivity into the people that are about to watch the video that this
Which
guy
is
made.
exactly what
My
frauditors do in
opinion.
their videos every time.
And he's just straight attitude, man. Just a typical frauditor. Let's get into the video, guys.
Now that's what I want to know. I want to know what, in this guy's opinion, what is a typical frauditor?
Hey, Stacks
What
Calhoun.
constitutes the fraud? Where is the deception? Where is the deceptive activity? Okay, I'll try to let it run longer than 5 seconds. We're 33 seconds into.
See, here's the thing. A big part of the problem, because Lord KJW is asking if people actually believe this. If you look at his side chat over here, he's got all of the big name frauditors follow him. Denver Metro Audits is right here. Like, he gets Rogue Nation in here. He gets Accountability for All in here. He gets everybody in his chat. So these people, his fans, absolutely believe in his nonsense. Absolutely. They don't just watch him for entertainment purposes. Oh, no, crap. I clicked the wrong button. Hold on. Let me get this back on here. I'll tell you what, man. I took that Dayquil. That stuff's really helping. I feel a lot better. Ooh, maybe we could keep going a little longer than I thought we would. Here we go.
That means it's Illuminati confirmed.
And see what happens.
What's up, Mark, the sarcastic law student?
Don't let him search you. Tell him to kick rocks. It doesn't matter if you're talking to me. I can say whatever I want over here. Good try, though.
Now the cop says, hey, we're not talking to you. Well, the guy wasn't talking to the cops. He was talking to the guy who's more than likely being harassed by the cops, more than likely about to be shaken down by the cops. We do know one thing. Everybody involved is a human being. And everybody involved,
including the cops,
basic, fundamental, unalienable rights that weren't given to us by men and can't be taken away by men,
including the cops.
So far, I'm seeing the cameraman. I don't know him. I don't know who he is. I don't even think they highlight and say, does anybody know who the actual auditor is? Put it in the chat room if you know. But so far, it looks to me like a man talking to another man, telling him that he's got a particular, amount of rights that he probably would be in his best interest to go out of his way to protect.
I said I could say whatever I want. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I can get involved with whatever I want. I can do whatever I want on this side. I absolutely can. I can film. I can talk. I can talk. I can talk. I can say whatever I want on this side. Look, I can. You gonna arrest me over it?
You can get arrested.
Are you for breach for telling somebody I can't did not let you search them?
Listen,
it's not yelling.
I was fine with it.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. I can say whatever I want here. No, I can tell him. I absolutely can. You want to arrest me and we can take it to court and find out? Do you want to go to court?
You know, people overuse the word absolutely, but it is absolutely true. You absolutely can talk to that person. You absolutely can raise your voice so that you can project your voice so that the intended listener can actually hear what you're saying and hopefully take heed to what you're saying and grab some of this knowledge and put it into action in the form of wisdom and actually.
All right, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let's go back real quick.
Not talk to one of the worst things you can do is be talking to the cops.
Oh, crap.
If
Hold
you're
on.
being shaken down by the cops.
Hold on.
So that you can project your voice, talk to that.
I said I could say whatever I want.
Let me go back to the very beginning of when he talks.
And everybody, more than likely,
over here. Good try, though. Rocks. Don't let him search you. Tell him to kick rocks.
All right. Don't let them search you. Tell them to kick rocks. Technically, does he legally have the right to say anything? Yes. But you're painting this picture like, what did he say? Maybe if you actually listen to what he's saying, you'll gain some wisdom. Don't let him search you and tell him to kick rocks. Where's the wisdom to be gained in that? That's nothing but being hostile against the police because they're police. You don't know why they're searching this guy. Like somebody said in the chat, what if he's got a freaking dead body in the trunk? He probably doesn't, but that's not the point. The point is you don't know. And neither does the frauditor. He just comes up on the scene, has no idea what's going on. Tell the cops to kick rocks. Kicks off. Maybe he's got 20 pounds of cocaine in the car. Now, this guy would probably argue, well, it's just drugs and it's a victimless crime. Except for all the drug addicts that you're selling it to that probably maybe even overdose and die on it. But yeah, there's no victims. And whatever. I don't want to get into the drug war thing. I'm just trying to think what this guy would say as an argument against it.
Doesn't matter if you're talking to me. I can say whatever I want over here. Good try, though.
Now the cop says, hey, we're not talking to you. Well, the guy wasn't talking to the cops. He was talking to the guy who's more than, but I'm not out here for somebody to make the accusation that you were out here filming kids is all that is accusation. An accusation without substantiation is the height of ignorance. And so people.
Oh, that's perfect. Wait, let me go back.
Tend to.
That's right. Now he's trying to change the subject. As you heard.
Gil says there was kids around. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
Do is be talking to the of wisdom, actually not talk to the one of the worst things you can do is be talking to the cops if you're being shaken down by the cops.
And find out. I wasn't yelling at anybody. I said, don't let them search you. That's not yelling at anybody. It's a general statement. Not really. When you tried to tell me to stop filming in the Jilson because there was kids around. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, when you were filming the kids.
No.
Well, guys, you heard her filming kids. Yes, that's right. Now he's trying to change the subject. And she also said to him,
that was an assumption. What if you're filming and kids get in the way and then somebody accuses you of filming the kids? Well, yeah, technically I'm filming kids, but I'm not here to film kids.
Okay. Number one, you're not addressing what just happened in the video. He said, well, I was over in Paulson and you guys accused me of filming kids. So he's talking about a different video that you didn't see. In fact, 5 seconds ago, you're saying you don't even know who this guy is. So now you're going to comment on a video that you didn't see?
What I'm out here to do is record the police. If kids happen to get in the way in a public place, I'll do the best that I can to protect the identity of those kids by blurring and After Effects.
You didn't see the video. How do you know he did any of that?
But I'm not out here for somebody to make the accusation that you were out here filming kids is all that is accusation. And an accusation without substantiation is the height. And so
that's what I wanted to address, though. An accusation without, what exactly does he say here? Hold on.
For somebody to make the accusation that you were out here filming kids is all that is accusation. An accusation without substantiation is the height of ignorance.
An accusation without substantiation is the height of ignorance. He's accusing the cops of tyranny. He's accusing the cops of shaking the guy down. He's accusing the cops of doing all these things. And then he says an accusation without substantiation is ignorance. So he's specifically going out of his way to point out that he's being ignorant. What are you doing when you're making all these accusations against the cops? You're doing exactly what you're accusing him of doing, the guy who's making fun of this frauditor. Oh.
And so people tend to operate on the plane of ignorance even after they're corrected. This is the kind of stuff that really
How
gets under
about
my
you?
skin, because you can't continue to accuse somebody of something that they're not doing when you know good and well that this female cop would not want somebody to accuse her of doing something that she wasn't doing.
But you do
He's
that.
always been
That's what you're
very
doing.
cordial with him. But you see how the frauditor won't shut up and give her a second to talk? Your typical frauditor. And we should do a bit more investigation. He's been filming some kids here, so we'll have to dig into this a little bit further.
If that ain't an ad hominem to get the viewing audience to make some kind of determination on what kind of person this man is, I don't know what is. And that is extremely disingenuous, guys. Who is this guy?
Disingenuous. He said exactly what I just said. We don't know what the hell he's talking about with the whole filming kids thing because we didn't see that video. So what did he say? He said, I'll have to do a little bit more investigation into that. He's saying that he doesn't know, and so he wants to go back and watch that video to find out what they're talking about. And now he's accusing him of being disingenuous for admitting that he doesn't know and saying he wants to investigate further and find out what they're talking about. That's disingenuousness? Holy crap, this guy has the brain power of an amoeba.
Take down exposing, just unfair, dude. I mean, come on my show and we'll talk about it. But I don't see how that could be fair, because you have to ask yourself a question, take down exposing frauditors. Would you want the same determination and ad hominem applied to you when it's not true? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Unless you're insane or a liar. You know, insane people are like, I don't care. I don't mind. Apply whatever you want to. I care. Or if you're a liar, saying, I don't care when you really do.
I wasn't filming kids. I was filming the corrupt police chief that wasn't following the laws driving the road.
And that's why, after you explained that to me, you were like, okay, it's fine.
It doesn't, well, no, it doesn't matter if it's fine or not. You can't stop me. So it doesn't matter if you're okay. Listen, I'm going to say whatever I want. Hey, don't let him search you. Don't do it. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to do whatever I want. And then do whatever you have to do. I'm going to do what I want and what I can. I'm not yelling.
Well, guys, the internet's a powerful tool. Yes, you are yelling. If you Google the definition of yelling, it tells you. And the first thing that comes up is to cry out or speak out loud with a strong, clear voice, period. So, yes.
And what law is that? You can't cry out with a strong, powerful voice. What law is that? Even if it was a law, that law would violate the First Amendment right to freedom of speech. If you want to get your message out and you have to vocalize or use some kind of device like a bullhorn to get your message across.
Here we go again. Like I said, when I watch this guy's videos, I have to pause every 2 seconds because every word out of his mouth is nonsense. Oh, okay. What happened in the video? He said, I'm not yelling. So the guy paused it and defined yelling because he is yelling. Now this guy's saying, well, what law says you can't yell? Wait a minute. Nobody said it was illegal. He said that he wasn't yelling, which is a lie because he was yelling. Nope. Now this guy's like, well, what law says you can't yell? The guy making this video didn't say it's against the law to yell. He said that the guy's lying by saying he wasn't yelling. He's saying, I'm not yelling as he's yelling. Like, come on.
To the intended audience. There is no law. There's no legitimate law against that. If there is, let me know. And if you think it's a legitimate law, then how does that jive with the First Amendment freedom of speech? Because what this lady has a problem with is that
not getting the point at all.
Words interfered. Well, I wouldn't even say interfered. Words agitated her. Words made her feelings get hurt. She couldn't just brush it off. She couldn't just ignore it. She couldn't just go about her job, whatever her job is.
Because she's trying to do her job. She's trying to talk to this guy, and now some idiot's screaming at her. Like, hey, I need to focus on what I'm doing here. Now you are taking my focus away from that and bringing it to you. This guy we're watching is an idiot named what's he called? Here's the Deal. That's what his channel is called. Here's the Deal. And what he does is basically he does kind of the same thing we do, but on the opposite end. He shows our videos and breaks them down. And well, he shows frauditor videos too, but when he breaks them down, it's always the opposite of what we do. Instead of pointing out their stupidity, he praises their stupidity. But here he is showing anti-frauditor videos trying to point out their stupidity when in reality he's just pointing out his own stupidity.
She had to get involved, and she had to come over here and harass a cameraman who's perfectly, as far as I'm concerned, you correct me if I'm wrong, looks like he's well within his rights to do what he's been doing and say what he's been saying the way he's been saying it.
I am not yelling. How dare you accuse me of yelling? Yelling's not illegal anyway, but I'm not yelling. So there. I am disturbing the peace. I'm being disorderly. Come take me away, officer. Because according to these guys, that's what's going to be happening, right? They're going to be busting down my door any second to take me away. Man, these guys are so stupid. It's not even funny. Well, actually, it is funny. It's hilarious, actually.
You are yelling.
I'm not yelling. No, yelling would be screaming at the top of my lungs. Telling somebody not to let you search them. That's fine. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to tell you I'm going to do what I want.
If you do it again, we have to arrest you.
Okay. Okay. Don't let him search you, bud. Don't do it.
There we go. And there goes the tyranny. This guy uttered words. This woman is going to go hands on.
Yay!
She's going to violate this man's consent when the man with the camera has violated no one's consent. That seems clear to me. I think I'm being objective on that.
No,
but
you're
I
not.
could be wrong. So
you
correct
just
me
hate
if I am.
cops.
Are you serious, dude?
I'm dead serious. You're going to find out.
Yeah, Doug Wilson says there's no volume attached to this, the First Amendment.
Is there anything on you that can stick to phone?
There's no
Do what you
brain
gotta
attached
do.
to you.
I'm not going to answer any questions. Take it. Do whatever you got to do. Well, then.
We're gonna put it on top of the cover.
This is bravery standing against tyranny, in my opinion.
Sad.
And it is sad.
That you think that is sad.
He's mocking the arrest of an individual. I'm not going to say citizen because you're not a citizen. Guys, get it through your thick skulls. You are not a citizen because you're not a denizen of a city.
Here we go with his paranoid delusions
of the city. You are a human being with a
conspiracy
beating heart. You are a
theories.
natural man. You're a natural woman. You have rights that everybody
See,
else
this
has
guy's a
rights.
sovereign citizen. That's
You
the
have
problem.
no greater rights than anybody else. They have no greater rights than you. And it's
Right.
sad
That includes the cops.
People who call auditors frauditors are actually applauding this tyranny and are glad that this guy's about to go into a rape
Yes.
for having committed no crime.
No, because you're an idiot. That's why. Yeah, Dark Soul made a good point.
So he called
Hey,
you
did you get a good look at her? She can put cuffs on me anytime.
person standing on the sidewalk. Yeah.
What is that? I arrested him for breach. She said that twice. I arrested him for breach. Breach of what? Breach of the peace?
Breaching the peace,
What?
yes.
Who's this guy disturbing other than cops who have their feelings on their sleeves? So now we have feelings enforcers.
Just put it in the car. Let me put it in the car.
They're trying to do something that he knows nothing about. They have to take their focus away from what they're dealing with to worry about you. Once again, the short-sightedness of all of these morons, how they don't understand the way the universe actually works. I keep saying that because you can tell, right? When you see people who grew up in a real city that see real crime every day and they do this, those are your SGVs and your silence boys and your KC camera boys and your freaking medias, guys who are outwardly, blatantly, obviously filming themselves being assholes for the purpose of filming themselves being assholes, and that's all there is to it, right? But guys like this guy, I guarantee you this idiot's from the suburbs, because people like him have no idea what's going on in the world. None. Because if you're a cop and you stop someone and somebody else starts distracting you from the stop and you turn around, that's when you get a bullet in the back of your head from the guy you pulled over. That's when you get a knife in your back from the guy you pulled over because you're being distracted by the idiot with the camera because he wants to exercise his rights. Go ahead, exercise your rights, but not at the potential cost of someone's life. But it's a cop, so it's okay to kill cops because they're just pigs. Fuck them.
My God, if you don't like the handcuffs, don't put yourself in them. Just so everybody's aware.
Oh yeah,
yes.
This guy put himself in handcuffs
exactly
by exercising his right to
nope.
freedom of speech.
By interfering.
Please explain that to me.
But I am.
It sounds like
I just did.
He's been arrested for breach. So he's been warned about just doing this type of activity before. And that's
this type of activity. Please specify what kind of activity you're talking about. Takedown.
I just
what exactly?
did.
Oh, free speech activity.
No.
Constitutionally protected activity. Activity
false
that the
narrative.
Cop who arrested him swore to uphold, protect, and defend activity. Gotcha.
What he's been arrested for. She arrested him for the same thing. I'm going to try to do some follow-up videos and see what's happening with this character. I'll dig into my sources and check out his background and give you guys an update. But that's it for this video, guys. If you enjoyed it, please hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you guys all down in the comments.
Now, you know what I'm amazed about on this and is truly startling? Not just that this guy made this video, but that there's 83 likes and 0 dislikes. I'm going to refresh this page. So before we refresh, it's got 424 views 11 hours ago, and he's only got 1.6 thousand subscribers. And he's probably heading up to 20,000 in the next year or so because people like this kind of stuff for some reason. Now it's got 496
because
views.
It's great.
I'm probably 2 of those. 83 likes still. And I wrote under my High Impact Flicks channel, I said, what exactly makes this cameraman a frauditor? And I do really want to know because I want to get into the mind. I want to get into the control panel of this takedown guy so that I can truly understand where he's coming from. If we are wrong, we need to be called out. But I don't see how objectively you're wrong by exercising your constitutional rights. So I said, what exactly makes this cameraman a frauditor? He simply conveyed to the man being questioned by the cops, quote, don't let them search you. That seems pretty reasonable. As a matter of fact,
and kick
that
rocks.
Seems pretty humane and compassionate toward another person you don't even know. It's like, hey, you could be violated and you may be operating on a level of ignorance, which doesn't make you a bad person, but you do know if you gave them consent before you heard my voice, you can withdraw your consent. How is that anything but good for your fellow man, for your neighbor?
It's not about consent. You, sir, brought up Jeffrey Dahmer earlier. You think he consented to the cops finding the chopped up penises in his refrigerator? They don't need consent. Because of course you're not going to consent to that. If they have to have consent to search, then all you got to do if you want to be a murderer is just murder people and just stack their bodies in the living room. Because the cops can't search your house without consent. It's not about consent. If they needed consent, no one would ever get caught doing anything ever, and the world would just be chaos, which is what he wants. That's what he's advocating for, is absolute chaos and the tyranny of the frauditors. The frauditors are the tyrants.
It's one man telling another man who may be ignorant of his rights that he has the power to withdraw his consent to be searched. The cameraman was engaged in First Amendment protected activity as an American. The cop arrested him when the guy didn't commit a crime. If there was a crime that was committed and I missed it, I want to know what that crime was. Why did she slap
interfering?
Why did she initiate a kidnapping? Why are they going to take away all of his rights and throw him into a cage? Please describe how this makes him a fraud. Also explain how you can approve of the actions of this cop and this police department. Thanks.
See, that's what I'm talking about. How are we supposed to believe for 1 second this guy isn't biased when he refers to an arrest as a kidnapping? That's a biased opinion.
And I truly know. So the next
I
video
just
that we
told
got
you.
here comes from
Frauditor Troll. Thank
what's this
God.
guy's name? Frauditor Troll. Frauditor Troll. This is a lengthy. This one has to do with Denver Metro audits.
See, this guy's supposed to be an
And I've
expert. He
only
doesn't
watched
even
the
know who
first,
Troll
I
is.
think, let's see, 2 or 3. Yeah, I didn't go. I have not been that far. So about 2.5, 3 minutes of this. But we're going to watch this, and we're going to find out if DMA, which is Denver Metro Audits, is a frauditor. This says frauditor DMA whines about jail. So let's see if the assessment of this person who calls auditors frauditors is correct.
Welcome back, everybody. And today,
let me just take a real quick break because I'm seeing some super chats here. NC
I don't care
Tyrant
about
Hunter,
you.
I saw the
NC Tyrant Hunter. See,
but he says,
that's what I'm saying. He's got everybody in his chat.
He says it doesn't matter if you record. Oh, let me just see if I can.
And NC Tyrant Hunter, he's one of the skeeziest, scummiest ones there is.
Transparency. Okay,
he
so
audits random people. He doesn't even audit
it
cops.
Doesn't matter if you record government officials or kittens. You will always have people that disagree with what's on YouTube and other platforms. Totally agree. Yeah, but I want to know why they disagree, and I do want to have the semblance of a rational discussion. But I think some ground can probably gain if it can be gained at all. Some people are so hard and fast in their opinions that they cannot be corrected, no matter how logical or ironclad your argument actually is. No matter how much proof and evidence you bring, this individual said something wrong, he's inconsistent, and he's hypocritical, they will not move from their position. And in my opinion,
that's what you're doing.
You're not a fool if
you're the fool.
If
you just described yourself.
In the face of evidence.
That's why I'd like to actually talk to this guy if he's telling the truth.
It's like, hey, if I told, let's see, let me just pick somebody, El Perro or Denver Metro Audits. If I said, hey man, the bridge is out ahead, and he goes, screw you, I'm going to keep on going. That's pretty stupid on his part, because the bridge may or may not be out in, around the curve or something. But if you took video of it and you go, hey man, let me show you video. The bridge is out ahead. Do not go around that corner because you will drop off a 500-foot cliff. If in the face of the evidence, you can show them that the bridge is out ahead and you continue to go, you are a fool, an abject, senseless fool. Wolverine Transparency says, please don't forget Emmanuel Mata that was arrested. Wait a second. I think.
Remember what he just said, because he's got this bit coming up where he does exactly what he just accused us of doing. Remember what he just said.
I think I have that. Is he called Manny? I think this has to do with, I think the next video has to do with the Emmanuel Mata Wolverine Transparency. That's scary. It's scary that you read my mind like that, which ain't hard to do. It's not hard to read my mind.
Right, because there's not much going on up there.
Catcher says, please watch the Underground Auditors last video. Randolph County, West Virginia Sheriff's Office has issued a warrant for him redressing grievances at County Commissioners meeting. Okay, I'll try to check that out. I think I had that up. I think Trot Golfer, is that the one that you were telling me about today? Trot Golfer, Wolverine Transparency.
Let's fast forward a little bit.
Lazo.
This is just him reading off his stupid comments.
Interfere since that's reasonable. His words do not alter what the police can do. Interesting. That's Frauditor DMA, that's Denver Metro Audits, whines about jail.
Yes, he
this
does.
video, we'll be taking a look at Karen Benson as she goes to the jail and rescues DMA and a couple other frauditors from the jail. Because as you guys know, they have been arrested yesterday. There was 5 frauditors arrested.
I've got this on like 2 times. So let me just put it on 1.5 times. That way it's easier to keep up with. Okay, here we go.
And DMA was one of them. So this happened later on that evening.
This guy doesn't really talk this fast, by the way. It's just me speeding it up.
Yeah.
20-minute video.
Where Karen rescued her friends. Now enjoy the video.
We had 5 people arrested today. One's already out, and we've got the hero Armac here. Look at his Colorado hat. He's a diehard. He loves the state. So
I don't recognize either of these 2 people right here.
Hey, K-Dot, how's it going? So all bonds have been posted. Armac here got himself out early because he had his own cash, but we've since reimbursed that expense because, yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Brooklyn Auditor says, Dr. Beer Professor made a video of all us auditors. Drop that link, Brooklyn. You're a mod, so you can drop a link.
He's got bills to pay too, so he's good to go though. He said they treated him good back there in Arapahoe County. However,
All right, if there's audio problems, I turned it down because the last video he was showing was very loud. I could turn it back up.
Karen over here says that they will reimburse his fees that he had to pay to post bail. It's starting to sound a little bit more like a criminal enterprise. They're like, come with us, do these crimes with us, and if for some reason you get arrested, don't worry, we'll post your bail. But he still has to live with the consequences of getting arrested. It doesn't end at the bail. And then they're going to be like, oh yeah, don't worry, we'll file a federal lawsuit, you'll get a bunch of money, just come commit these crimes with us. But no, it doesn't work like that. DMA has never filed a single lawsuit against anyone. It's all smoke and mirrors.
He just said twice that they committed crimes, but didn't articulate what crimes have been committed. This is interesting. This is another one of those. It's not just an ad hominem. This is a direct accusation of crimes committed and no articulation of the crimes committed. Remember,
Okay, so right there, in a minute, he's going to admit that he has no idea who Reagan Benson is. He has no idea who anyone except for DMA is, and that he didn't see the video. So it's not Frauditor Troll's job to explain what happened in the last video Frauditor Troll made. In fact, the arrest, everybody covered it. I covered it live. And then everybody else covered it too. He doesn't have to explain exactly what happened. It's not his fault that you didn't do your homework, but you still want to talk about this like you know what you're talking about. And he does admit, coming up several times, that he has no idea what the hell he's talking about or what's going on, yet he still makes these statements like he does.
If there is no victim, there is no crime. The state cannot be a victim of an individual who's turning a camera on to
His
add
fundamental
transparency
beliefs
to public
are
service.
wrong.
This is amazing. It's amazing how can people miss that? What am I? Maybe I'm missing something.
Yes, you are.
Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yes,
but I
you
don't
are.
see a crime. If you're arrested for filming in a public place filled with public servants and they arrest you because they're the feelings police and they don't want that layer
Feelings
of
police.
transparency, they don't want the sunlight of truth to shine on them, there's no crime committed, in my opinion.
There he goes again. See, he says these sovereign citizen nonsensical things and states them as facts. There's no brain power involved. He doesn't know what happened. I'll tell you what happened, because I did cover it live while it was happening. So I do know, and you admit you don't. So let me explain it to you. This building put up a sign that said no filming behind this window because they're trying to hide something. Yes. The private information of the people who don't want their private information posted all over the internet. That's what they're trying to hide. They're not trying to hide their own horrible, evil, rotten schemes, you paranoid, delusional nutbasket. So what happens? DMA hears that they don't want anyone to film behind that particular window. So what does he do? He gathers up himself and 14 other frauditors specifically to go there and specifically film behind that specific window, because they're not supposed to. So that was their intent. There's no wondering what the intent was. They explain it at the beginning of the video. Before they walk in the building, they explain why they're going in there. The intent is absolutely clear. And the intent was absolutely to cause problems, to purposely break the rule that was set forth for the privacy of their customers, the privacy of the general public. That's what they're protecting. They're not trying to hide their horrible, evil, conspiratorial secrets so that they don't get caught doing something wrong. They're trying to hide social security numbers, addresses, phone numbers of the general public. They're creating privacy. by telling you not to film.
Got a lot to
These
say
guys
about Sheridan
want us to
PD and the way
build
they were treated
walls,
downstairs.
literally.
Yeah, tell us.
Geez, where do you even start?
Well, first of all, so you were downstairs and they snagged you up. You weren't even standing by a window, nothing.
Yeah, it was the first one. Basically, it just told me, hey, this is your one warning to put the phone away. I told them that it's Constitution protected activity.
Brooklyn audits. I mean, I don't mean drop the link to the channel. Drop the link to the video that guy did exposing all of us, quote, auditors.
I'm not going to do that, and just immediately got my hands pulled behind me and put cuffs in. Taking away probably took about 15 seconds.
Good.
Yeah, and did they walk you outside or underneath?
No, they went underneath.
Yeah, okay.
I think we all went underneath.
Yeah.
And then all of
What
the
took
parts
them so
where
long
they're
to transport you
talking, he
guys?
just
No
sits there,
idea.
but then when
How long we were
Troll
sitting
talks,
there,
he's
like at
got
least
something to say. So let's fast forward to that.
What do the cops have to say for themselves there in Sheridan? Were they proud of themselves?
Oh, they were definitely proud of themselves. I thought they were all hot shit.
All, 18 of those soldiers coming out in a row?
Oh, man. Having us all come out shackled ankles.
Oh, you were
Oh,
shackled?
they had us shackled by our ankles.
Oh, get the
and
out.
put us in the paddy wagon. I was like, man, you guys got some real criminals off the streets today.
No, that's the first thing
That is, I mean, it is funny and sad at the same time. So understand this lady. Again, if you know who this lady is, I don't know. I'm just ignorant about who she is. But it's funny on the one hand because they're treating people with cameras as though they're real criminals, leaving real victims in the wake. It's like, look at the pile of victims you guys have accumulated. You've given us no choice but to cuff you. I just don't see that with if you're freaking out about a camera, then maybe you should not be in a public place, because you should not be expecting any kind of privacy when you're in a public place, especially if you're a public official. Let's see. The ones in the room. Okay, who was there? Reagan Benson was there. ANCAP Gamer was there. Blind Man Audits was there. Gator Security Constitutional Defender was there. JC Hike says 3. Let's see. F in Reality was there. Denver Metro Audit says we were there to do records requests and got ignored and arrested.
Lie.
Again, have not seen the video.
Lie.
Reagan Benson.
Flat out lie.
Let's see. Big G Audits is in the room. I didn't see Big G. What's up, Big G? What's up, Big G? Let's see. Okay, Reagan Benson is the woman who's speaking. Okay, and Reagan is in the room. Okay, cool. Cool. It's good to get acclimated. That is Reagan Benson. She is in here. Okay, cool. All right.
He said that made sense. He told the cops that you guys got some real criminals off the street today. And absolutely they did.
Wait a second. Wait. I missed that. What did this guy say?
Hey. No, that's the first thing he said that made sense. He told the cops that you guys got some real criminals off the street today. And absolutely they did. Keep in mind, frauditors and sovereign citizens are very, very similar. The frauditor is just a basic level of becoming a sovereign citizen. And as we all know, sovereign citizens are very, very dangerous. They're basically domestic terrorists. So, of course, the cops did a great job by removing these frauditors and hopefully stop them in their tracks so they don't go further along in their route of becoming extremists.
Wow. Now, I agree with one thing that he said. Sovereign citizens are domestic terrorists.
But you're a sovereign
who
citizen.
in principle and in action and in word actually act like the sovereign citizens that they claim everybody else is. It's the law enforcers. They're the ones who operate above the plane of their own law, guys.
Yeah. I love
That's
this part.
literally saying, hey, the laws that I'm going to enforce, because government is not eloquence, it is not reason, it is force, and like fire is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. I will enforce these laws, but I'm not going to abide by them. I will enforce the speed limit laws, but I'll go 25, 30, 50 miles over the speed limit along.
Okay, now I'm gonna rewind a little bit. What he's about to say, and this is why I told you earlier when he said, if somebody shows you evidence of something, you should believe that. But if they just say something, you shouldn't accept it as fact. That's being an idiot. And I told you guys, I pointed that out and told you to remember that because of what he's about to say. Now I'm going to rewind it a little bit so you hear the whole thing.
Along with the enforceable master, I will enforce these laws, but I'm not going to abide by them. I will enforce the speed limit laws, but I'll go 25, 30, 50 miles over the speed limit along with my buddies because we're trying to race to the donut shop, man.
Where's the video of that? You don't like ad hominems? You're telling me that the whole cops like donuts thing isn't a bias, anti-cop BS statement? That cops go 60, 70 miles an hour over the speed limit in groups to race to see who could get to the donut shop first? Show me that video. Oh, it doesn't exist. Why? Because that doesn't happen. What happened to your, it has to be facts, it has to be evidence? Where'd that go? As soon as you start talking about cops, all of that stuff about facts gets thrown into the wind, and it's just you making absolutely insanely ridiculous statements. Yeah, there's cops are literally racing each other to the donut shop all the time. That's a major problem in this country. What are you talking about? Making up random nonsense because cops, if you want to find all the cops are hanging out in the donut shops. That's a song by the Bangles. That's not real life.
But if we catch you going 5 miles an hour with the speed limit, oh, you're done. You're done. You think you had grocery money this week? No, $238. Boom, 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. Oh, didn't use your turn signal 50 feet before that intersection? Boom, another citation. But they operate above the plane of the law clearly on a daily basis in every town in America. What is that called? Oh, that's right. That's called a sovereign citizen. They can't be touched. You can't touch them. You can't criticize them. You can't call them out. You can't chase them down. I saw a video one time where a cop zoomed by somebody else. Oh, one of those was, this isn't the one I was thinking of, but one of them was Big G Audits. Big G Audits went to go investigate a cop who was speeding, caught him. The reason he was speeding because he had to have some of that fast food in that big belly right there. And then guess what they did? Retaliation on Big G Audits. They swatted the guy. So that is an example of sovereign citizens. And then they will get away with the things where if you did the exact same thing, the exact same way that they did it, you're going to get in trouble. That is a sovereign citizen. So I agree with them. The people who are actually committing the criminal acts and are acting as the domestic terror cell on American soil are the sovereign citizens who just so happen to have these shiny badges and costumes on and say that they come with the authority of the state and they call themselves police officers. But I have not seen an auditor
You don't know what a sovereign
act as though
citizen
he
is.
was a sovereign citizen.
Although
How can you call a guy a sovereign citizen when he's just saying, hey, you really can't do that, copper, because the Constitution that you swore to protect and defend and uphold says that you can't do that. You don't have the power to lay your hands on me. Not legitimately. Yeah, you might do it, but see, it's almost like these guys that call out the frauditors who are the auditors. It almost seems like these guys are blind to the authoritarianism psychopathy that comes out of the people who wear those uniforms.
You're blind to the authoritarian psychopathy that comes out of your own freaking mouth.
It's kind of mysterious to me. It's a huge psychological operation that I think is worth investigating. Les Hicks says, I saw the video live. The public tyrants refused to provide service because a tyrant decided to add a line on a memo saying recording is not allowed without permission. The cops are the sovereign citizens. Yep, exactly.
All right. So, just in case anyone didn't see or doesn't remember the video in question, I covered it live when it happened. I watched Frauditor Troll's coverage of it, and I think I saw 2 other people cover it. So I've seen the video 4 times. Okay? DMA just said in this guy's chat that they were just there to get some paperwork. And now he's reading another super chat where someone says, yeah, they denied them service just because they were filming. How dare these public servants deny to help them? Number 1, if you watch the video from the beginning, before they walk in the building, They make it absolutely clear that the reason they went there was not to fill out paperwork. It's not an assumption. They flat out say it. The reason they're walking in there is because there was an ordinance saying that you cannot film that specific window. That's why he got a group of 15 people to go in there as a gang and film behind that specific window. That was their purpose, not to just get some paperwork. Number one. Number two, they gave them the paperwork. They got the paperwork they requested. They didn't deny them service. They just told them you need to stop filming. Gave them the paperwork and said, okay, now you got your paperwork. Now leave. Nah, we're not going to leave. We're just going to keep filming. That's when the problem started. It's not a post office. Frauditor Troll has a generic picture of a post office that he uses, but the video didn't take place in a post office. I think it was a city hall.
SJD News says, you're all rock stars. I love you for what you do. I do too, man. I so appreciate somebody who's actually, you're putting your life on the line. Not just your freedoms, where you could lose your freedoms and actually go to a rape cage, but you're literally putting your life on the line because the person you're confronting.
Wait a minute. Did he just say rape cage? This guy's not biased? He's using chili terminology. How could you take this guy serious when he's using rape cage?
Is armed and psychopathic. If power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, then the last thing you want to do is give some of those corruptible people more power and unbridled authority and a monopoly on force and brutality and call them police officers. You do not fix society by giving psychopaths unbridled authority. All right, let's get back to this. Jeez. Big G Audit says, lick the boot, boy. Bow down and lick the boot. Did you guys catch what Gene Simmons said today? Gene Simmons literally said, if the government says it, do it. I mean, when I grew up in the 70s and 80s, rock and roll was all about rebelling and resisting and going against the man. But now these rock bands, these big hair heavy metal bands are telling you to, hey, bow down. You can't go on the Kiss cruise unless you bow down at the altar of Jabbo and you become a product of the big farm guy. It's just.
Okay, first of all, what's up, K-Far? First of all, let me address that because, again, he's taking these insane ideas and putting them together to make these ridiculous arguments. Here's the thing, and this is important to understand. But, of course, he's not going to understand because none of these guys ever understand. First of all, before I start, I want to put out a disclaimer. The very first album by Kiss, the album called Kiss by Kiss, is, in my opinion, one of the best rock and roll albums ever. And their second and their third are all on the top 100 list for me. Okay? That being said, Gene Simmons has always been about the commercial. It's a job and he's trying to get paid. He's an entertainer who's making money. He's selling products everywhere. He's doing things. He's following the rules. He started his own production company. And rule number 1 of Gene Simmons' production company is if you're a band and you audition to get signed to his label, he doesn't ask you what your genre of music is. He doesn't ask you about your songwriting. He doesn't ask you about how well you play. He asks if you've ever done drugs. He asks if you ever drink. He asks about your criminal record. Gene Simmons has always been about following the rules. His songs are about sex. It has nothing to do with the law or the government. Oh, these rock and rollers, they were all rebellious, and now all of a sudden they're saying you got to follow the rules. He sang about sex. 90% of those songs are about getting laid. Like having a fun time, having a party. Yeah, it's rebellious or whatever, rock and roll all night and party every day, but it's not go beat up the cops. It's not F the police. It's not overthrow the government. This Kiss never sang about that kind of stuff. They never got political. They were always just about partying and having a good time. That's it.
It's inside out world. Inside out.
Your brain is inside
I felt like you're like
That Martinez, this is all Martinez, the chief of police in Sheridan. He just wanted to have some grandstanding. Yeah, supposedly somebody had a phone call with him while you guys were in there, and he told this person that they were going to.
Again, he just lets it play until Friday.
No, they went in there and told him Logan asked for a key. We didn't know who it was, so it was like, oh, okay, but still, like they explained it in a way if it was just like they were just trying to.
But they also said that they asked him to give them to me, and then he told them no. Did they ever ask?
No, not when we were down there. No, they were trying to pull some shit.
So DMA brought so many frauditors that there was a couple of them he didn't even recognize. When he was announcing all the frauditors that were there, he looked at one, he was like, I don't even know who that guy is. Anyways, we heard enough of this bum in orange. He was already dressed for the part. Let's fast forward to the next clown getting released from jail.
We've heard enough from this bum in orange. There's another ad hominem. If you truly have, man, okay, if I used ad hominems on these guys who are calling out auditors and frauditors, I apologize because I don't want to do that.
20 minutes doing that.
I want to keep this on an intellectual level. I want to keep it on an honest level.
You
and I
already
don't see how
broke
you can have
that,
an
dude.
honest discussion where you're calling people bums and clowns. Now, if you truly are a bum and a clown, if you truly are a tyrant, because we use that word a lot, but if somebody's engaging in the act of tyranny, which is oppression against another individual's consent, you're violating somebody's consent, that's tyranny, then that's just a truism. But
What did he just say? What did he just say? He just described filming someone without their consent. And he's calling it tyranny. So he's saying that frauditors are tyrants. I don't give you consent to film me. Well, I'm going to film you anyway. That's going against someone's consent. He just said going against someone's consent is tyranny. Someone saying I don't consent to being filmed is you, and you filming them anyway is you going against their consent.
to disagree with what somebody's doing, if they're not engaged in criminal activity, and call them a bum or a clown or whatever, it's disingenuous, it's dishonest in a conversation, it's completely unnecessary. Les Hicks says the first person was arrested for recording through a window in a public area. Basically, the badge tyrants trespass the eyes. Yeah, I can't stand when people do that. And I am running blind on this because I have not seen the video of them getting arrested like this guy has. So in one sense, he has an advantage. In another sense, I may be dishonestly going to bat for people, you know.
See, that's why I think there's hope for this guy, because he says things like that. Like now he's admitting, okay, look, I'm saying all this stuff, but I didn't actually watch the video, so I don't really know. That's what I'm saying. Maybe there's hope for him because he says things like that. He admits that maybe he's not right. Anyway, LJ Singh said something, and it made me remember something. And I just wanted to tell this story real quick because I think it's funny. And it kind of reminds me of the same thing, only it's not. Did you know in Christmas carols when they sing fa la 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 la, it's to replace the lyrics that were naughty to be sung? Think about Deck the Halls. Really think. I'm a musician. I'm not making it up. What that statement, LJ, reminds me of is two things. Number one, the Beatles in the song Girl, the background vocals are specifically getting away with intentionally getting away with swearing on a record before that was allowed. They're saying tit 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 tit, very much intentionally, very much on purpose. She's the kind of girl who lets you down when friends are there. You feel a tit 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 tit. The other one that reminds me of is the Sex Pistols' Pretty Vacant. The song is called Pretty Vacant, but they wanted to slip in the swear word just to be punks because they were punk rockers. So Johnny Rotten, specifically went out of his way on purpose, intentionally, to pronounce it, we're pretty vacant. We're pretty vacant. He did that on purpose. And he slipped that stuff in there. See, back in the old days, and this is true with movies too. Like, yeah, there's a lot of great rated R movies, and there's a lot of great songs that came out after. But in the old days, when you weren't allowed to swear, when you weren't allowed to show certain images, when you weren't allowed to sing about certain things, it took a lot more creativity and a lot more being clever to figure out ways to do it without doing it, to say it without saying it. I really appreciate that. I love some of the old stuff because they were so clever in some of the ways they snuck things in there and got away with it. Anyway, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I just saw that comment and it reminded me of it. Let's see, what do we got here? Yeah, they've been doing that. Yes, that's exactly right. Down there now, they're gay apparel. Fa la 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 la. Yeah, they met happy. Okay, I get it. But this musicians have been doing this for centuries. Yes, that's an extremely old technique. Even so going back talking about the old days, right? My Ding-a-Ling by Chuck Berry. But another great example is and maybe even better than that is oh yeah, I Am the Walrus, smoke pot, everybody smoke pot. But even go back to the old days, Led Zeppelin has the Lemon Song, but they took that from a song from the 30s. Oh baby, the way you squeeze my lemon until the juice runs down my leg. I almost don't want to say it because it's so vulgar, but that's how they get away with it. It's they don't don their apparel after decking the halls. And somebody, I'm trying to catch up with the chatter because somebody said something about sniffing glue. All kids want to sniff some glue. All kids want to have something to do. I don't know what they're talking about. Or Susie being a punk rocker or something. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about there, KJW. Never heard of that band. I definitely didn't, know when Joey died. It made me sad, but whatever. No idea what you're talking about. Besides, let me tell you this. When I was a kid, back in those days, they used to do things in movie theaters that were cool. And I'm old enough that they still had double features when I was a kid. For example, I saw the original Nightmare on Elm Street and Return of the Living Dead on the same day in the same theater. It was a double feature. I saw Grease, because those are two horror movies, right? Now, going back before that, musicals. I saw Grease and Rock and Roll High School as a double feature. They played them both on the same screen in the same theater on the same night. Yeah, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, back to stupidity.
I'm doing this blind because I have not seen But I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. I even
What's
want
up,
to give
B?
this guy right here, this frauditor troll guy, the benefit of the doubt.
I don't want to
and
give
try
you
to be
the benefit
fair,
of the
but I
doubt.
just don't see how it's fair. I don't see how it's equitable to be an ad hominem thrower.
Oh yeah, you don't do that. You just call cops tyrants.
Here's your comment.
Pigs, city, donuts.
Hey, there's my spirit animal.
I heard you singing in there. I was like, who's that
Okay.
singing? I see what your name. I was like, yeah. She's singing her way out.
Did they take you to the hospital?
They did.
Which one?
Swedish.
How long were you there?
Half hour? I don't even think that long.
We couldn't find you.
Oh, yeah, they got me out of there quick.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've been here quite a while.
We all got it.
All right, now guys in the room, who is this right here? Who is this? And who's the guy with the beard right here? Just so I can familiarize myself with what auditors these are.
Squeezing
Yeah,
it.
I saw it.
And before he twisted it, he squeezed it as hard as
Yep,
he could.
yep, that's a big thing, Aurora.
We're all going to be on the same.
30th?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Unless they do some stupid shit with the DMA, they're trying to make them separate.
Oh yeah, they're separated.
You know, they didn't tell me what I was arrested for until I got here and changed out my clothes and everything.
Yeah,
They told me-
I had to force you to ask.
What did they end up
Probably
charging?
the same thing. Unlawful
Yeah, I think
conduct of public
misconduct,
property
yeah,
in a
yeah,
public place.
yeah.
You all got, yeah, I checked the charges. You all got the same,
Oh, okay.
single charge.
Someone's made that literally.
Right?
Oh, it's coming
That
up.
sounds wrong. Who voted me?
We did.
Okay, all right.
We got it.
We don't have questions.
Reagan Benson, who is there and is Denver Metro Audit's sister, correct? Reagan Benson says that this is Aurora Transparency as the woman. And who's the guy with the beard? The beard guy is Police the Police, 719. Okay. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Have you talked to your husband? Because nobody can get a hold of him.
I couldn't get a hold of him either. He was supposed to pay the phone bill, and I don't know why. I think he just hasn't.
Feel free, by the way, to drop those links in the chat room if you want to give them, some support.
No.
This is, I'll show you.
In my opinion, the idea that they had all the bail ready for all of the criminals that would get arrested, it further proves my point that they are, an organization.
That's quite a charge, guys. All the criminals who were arrested, you have to prove that there were victims. Who was victimized by the 5 people who got arrested? That's the only question you have to ask, because you can't just say somebody's a criminal because you broke the law. Because
Let's hear that again, shall we? I don't even think I have to explain that one.
we know, ask who was victimized by the 5 people who got arrested. That's the only question you have to ask, because you can't just say somebody's a criminal because you broke the law. That's the only question you have to ask, because you can't just say somebody's a criminal because you broke the law, because we know, again, from the Prohibition example from the 1920s, you weren't a criminal because the politicians arbitrarily said that you broke their law. Criminal activity.
Yes,
see,
you were.
If you're if you've committed a crime, the
Right.
crime is objective because you actually violated somebody. You took their stuff, damaged their stuff,
That's
harmed
your
them,
opinion.
threatened them,
That's
made
not
them
true.
insecure or whatever. If you want to see a real criminal activity, go to an airport anywhere in America,
watch
any day of the
this.
week, and the blue shirts of the TSA are committing criminal activity in violation of their oath to the 4th Amendment, making all the people who are about to board departing flights insecure in their persons and effects.
Do I really need to explain why that's one of the dumbest statements any human has ever made on Earth? Shh, hey, guys. I check this out. There's this thing called 9/11. There are these things called the Twin Towers, and they're not there anymore. You know why? Because there was no TSA checking people before they got on planes. That's why. Yeah. The real criminals are the TSA because they try to keep people safe on an airplane. What tyranny.
That is criminal activity, and they're doing it against the people's will. It's like the people are submitting to it, but only because they got to get on that airplane. Well, you don't got to get on the airplane. I probably will never fly for the rest of my life, and there's some complexities involved there, but it's unwilling. You're not doing it willingly. Who wants to be shaken down? It's the radiation and molestation practices of the TSA. So criminal activity is
See? He talks about unbiased and no ad hominems and no this and no that. Yet he refers to TSA as crime. He refers to molestation. Making someone walk through a metal detector is molesting them? Come on, how is that not bias and opinion? That's not what happens at all. Guess what? I've been on an airplane recently. Several times, in fact. In fact, I actually flew a lot recently. Within the last year, I had to take my shoes off. That's the problem. I had to take my shoes off. Oh, that's the big violation of my freedom. And going against my Fourth Amendment, they made me take off my shoes. I get it. What's funny is the guy in the glasses is kind of silly. That's hilarious because I'm wearing glasses. Dwight is wearing glasses. And here's the deal, is wearing glasses. So that could apply to any of us. Especially Dwight.
Is only something that violates the consent of another individual. Unbelievable that we can throw the C word out willy-nilly without really understanding what it means. Just because you did what a politician said, don't do it, doesn't make you a criminal. Did you know that it used to be a law that slavery was legal? And if you dared to become part of the Underground Railroad and free the slaves, you were a law breaker. Legality does not equal morality, and illegality doesn't equal immorality. And as a matter of fact, in almost all cases, you can't be a criminal, not rightly, not legitimately, because you broke the edict of somebody who thinks they have a higher claim over your life and property than you. Oh, I just drew a line. So, well, according to what I just wrote, and my 100 friends in the Senate and 435 friends in Congress agreed to, is if you
that were voted into those positions by the public, the Constitution that you so adore sets that up quite clearly. This guy is an anti-American sovereign citizen anarchist. Here's the thing. He does this a lot. He brings up things that happened in the past that have no relevance to what he's talking about at all. And right now he's trying to make this point that, well, during Prohibition, alcohol was illegal. So people who were drinking during Prohibition were criminals? Well, yes, they were committing crime, hence criminal. But then they changed that law, right? And he uses slavery as an example too. That was wrong, right? And we fixed it because the system works. It got fixed. Another thing, he doesn't do it in this video, but another thing that he loves to harp on is the Mullen Commission. Like, in 94, the Mullen Commission said all these cops in New York are corrupt. Right. They got busted. The Mullen Commission busted them. So what? What's the problem? It's bad that they got caught? I think you would want the bad cops to get caught. But he's talking about it like the Mullen Commission proves that all cops are evil. Why? Because the bad ones got caught being bad? You should be celebrating that, not complaining about it.
If you go across the line that we all drew, all 535 of us, I mean, look, our names are on this paper. Look, we all signed it. And it makes it official. And look, it's kind of parchment. It's kind of nice paper. It's fancy writing. We got it all typed up. They actually put a seal on it.
Right, because we
The
gave
president
them the
signed
authority
it.
to do that.
We all agreed that if you cross this line, you're a criminal. Guys, I don't care if 7.5 billion people said don't cross the line. And if you do, it's criminal. That doesn't make it criminal.
Yes, it does.
You
That's the
can't have
definition of
committed a crime if you haven't left a victim, and you can't have victimized
That's not
7.5 billion people because you disobeyed their command. It's
You keep stating
crazy. It's just crazy.
non-facts, so they're
Basically,
facts.
they're like, if you get arrested, we're ready. We'll bail you out. And that's what criminal organizations do to their members. They say they'll have their back as long as you commit crimes for you. I got you covered.
I just think.
You think?
Oh God, why do I give the benefit of the doubt? There's just a profound ignorance and misunderstanding of what crime actually is. And I just think if people would grasp that, we could set some brush fires of freedom in the minds of men, brother.
Yeah, you
Off the top
would understand
freedom,
maybe.
brother.
Yes. You're talking about yourself again.
Is he coming? There he is. About time. Holy shit.
There's DMA.
What's up, Gamer88? What's up, me?
Yeah, we got the lowdown on how to get out. And everything.
my gosh.
Thank you. You okay?
Are you still on the live stream?
We're still live.
Oh, that's like the longest live stream.
Well, we ended that one and started this one when we got here.
So you guys want to see something cool?
Let's see it.
Get the mugshot.
Did you get your mugshot? Did you
My
smile?
mugshot.
Hell yes! Look at that picture.
They're so
I
proud of
love
getting
it.
arrested.
You did good.
I learned from you.
Right on.
Oh,
That's a good one.
Nice.
Beautiful. Did you get your inmate handbook?
Being here, man. Yeah, I'd like to see you guys.
Did you get your handbook?
Thanks for being here, man. Did I get what?
Did you get your inmate handbook?
No.
Did you ask?
No, I didn't. I forgot. I needed some reading material too, so I should have said something. So everyone else boned out or what?
Well, everybody needed to get.
We're all done. Okay.
You're the last one.
I know they kept me in there on purpose.
Why?
Like that.
Why?
I don't know, but because they wanted to punish me.
Yep.
And another thing too is that when we went into the paddy wagon thing, they kept me separate from everyone else, and then they also went into the booking like in the Sallyport area. They put Ghost Rider, Johnny Bravo, and Armac on one side, and I had to sit isolated.
That's what they said. Yep.
Like why? Why would like I'm some kind of dangerous criminal or something?
Yep. They didn't want you leading the pack anymore,
I guess
supposedly.
Because they even said
You high crime organizer.
they asked my name. Said who's Chris? And I was like me. They're like you over here. They like separated me from the rest of them. And then when we got to the jail, they asked the same question. And said who's Chris? And I said me. And they said you over there. And you guys over here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Lots of interesting stories.
Yeah.
Somebody apparently talked to Martinez, who told them that he was going to have your truck towed.
Because I parked it on public property.
I know.
Oh, well, thank you for getting my keys.
Yeah,
So,
they lied about all that shit that went down. They said that they'd come back there originally. We've been fighting for your keys right after the queue.
well, I had Lieutenant Mitchell come down. First, I had Moscow come down. Because he was like, I told him you need to call me sir. You need to call me sir. Don't call me sir. And he was like, he comes in. He's like, he says my name, and he's like, I was like, hey, Moscow. And he's like, you call me sir.
What'd you say to him?
And then I said, no, I'll call you a piece of shit. That's what I'm gonna call you, bud.
Boom.
And then he got all pissed off, and you could tell he wanted to come in there and beat that shit out of me. He was so pissed. He's like, well, I was coming down here to do you a favor and ask somebody for a keys. I was like,
Oh.
And then Lieutenant Mitchell came in, and he said, hey, there's some guy up here by the name of Logan. He says he has your keys. You have his keys. I was like, Logan? Who's Logan?
So they didn't even fucking tell. They lied. We
I was like,
knew they
Logan?
lied.
I was like, who's Logan? I don't know any Logan. You guys know Logan? They're like, no. And it was like, I was like, older guy? And they're like, oh, some young guy named Logan says you have his keys. He's like, no, I don't know anyone named Logan.
At the
And
same time, we told them to tell you to release those keys to me. They said that they did, and that you refused, and you lost your mind, and he called me a POS. I said, did he call you a piece of shit? And he goes, yeah. And I said, well, yeah, you are.
Is that Moscow?
Yeah.
Moscow?
They came upstairs and were.
No, he was like, he's mentally lost it.
Yeah, they were going off.
So the officers are saying that DMA lost his mind during the booking process. And of course, I believe that. It totally makes sense. It goes along with his personality. He's always 1 second away from blowing a fuse.
Well, let's warm up here. You talk to the people.
Okay, how many people you got? 297.
Still, we had.
Holy shit.
I had almost 500 today.
Yeah. Did you? Oh, because everyone went over there and went after me, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Right on, guys. I see Sweetie in here. Thank you.
I don't know what's wrong with that.
Oh, yeah, we can't get rid of that thing?
Again, if you're just joining, I've got this sped up. Nobody's talking that fast. It's just I got the playback speed at 1.5 just to go through this. I do have one more video. Let's see. This is the one about Manny. This was a courtroom deal. But here, you know what I'm thinking? I'm just thinking the 5 people. Okay, you have 15 auditors going in there. They're all recording. Again, I haven't seen the video. I'll try to look back at it. DMA, can you drop that? Can you drop the link to the video that they're actually talking about? Reagan or Denver Metro audits? Can you drop it? And I'll just go ahead and open a tab so I can watch it later. But having not watched this, I just have trouble believing that these guys were harassing people. Have I seen auditors harass people? Yes. Would I do it? I would. There's certain ways that I wouldn't talk to cops just because I don't think it's wise to do that. If I was a cop, I wouldn't want to be talked to like that. But then if I'm a cop, then I'm doing tyrannical things and probably deserve to be talked to like that. So I go back and forth on this kind of stuff. And besides that, it's just not me to talk to somebody like that. And I don't down other people for expressing themselves like they are. None of us is greater than all of us. We all have strengths and weaknesses and things that we got to work through. We're all on a journey. Here's the video Denver says. So let me open this in another tab.
Real quick, I wanted to address the fact that they're so happy that they got arrested. They're like celebrating the fact that they were arrested. Like they're laughing about it. Oh, look at the smile on my face in my booking photo. Why would anyone ever want to get arrested and be happy that they got arrested? Oh man, these guys, the frauditors are the tyrants.
Okay, I've got a tab open. I'll just look at that later tonight. But this criminal activity thing really irks me, and all the ad hominems kill me. And I just don't think it's
frauditors to stop committing crimes.
I don't understand bootlickers. I don't understand somebody who wants to submit to the man and comply with authority. I just don't get that. It never works out good for anybody.
So we're gonna go. We got something in the way. All right, we got a hotel for the night. So
I don't understand people who don't want to go to jail. It never works out well if you don't want to go to jail. That's what he's saying. Damn.
Oh, you did? You guys did both together? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not coming home this late at night. This
Right, yeah.
hell no.
No, that's cool. I was gonna invite you.
Dana Judd says, see, there's another perspective I hadn't considered. Testing their thin skin is part of the process.
You guys in my pack, but
okay.
We didn't know how
That's
long it
okay.
was gonna take.
Yeah.
So
right.
I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna do that. We're gonna sleep in a little bit.
Okay.
And then we have a lot to do here tomorrow. So
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to teach you.
He's gonna monetize me at the library. Huh? On my YouTube channel, he's gonna help me monetize me. I don't know how to do it.
You guys want to watch the next video? Okay, Wolverine Transparencies. Let's move it along. Come on. Let's move it on. Let's move it along. All right, this is called Frauditor Manny Boy arrested in courtroom for contempt. Is this the guy you were talking about, Wolverine Transparency? All right, let's look at this. This is from the YouTube channel, and just Dr. Dave presents frauditors. So people actually have whole channels exposing auditors as frauditors. That's just fascinating to me. There's it's like this whole
welcome to Earth
subculture or something. I don't know.
It's beautiful.
Russ, thank you. Russ Topol, thank you for that super chat. Let's see. Before we get into this next video.
Also, before he does get into the next video, I'm going to fast forward a little bit because he spends like the next 15 minutes talking trash about Dr. Dave. Obviously, anyone who knows Dr. Dave knows that there's been a lot of controversy with him. So all the people in his chat are going to be like, oh, well, Dr. Dave did this. Well, Dr. Dave did that and blah, 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 blah. We all know, whatever. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing. What matters is what happens in the video. And for those of you who haven't seen it yet, it all starts with the judge saying, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And the guy refusing to answer that. And this guy's going to paint it like it's a violation of his rights for the judge to try and swear him in.
Badge, I'm happy to scrap with you one day.
This only has 1.6, but that other one had the guy that was in the car with the. I'm not trying to be harsh on anybody, guys. As a matter of fact, the criminals are the ones who locked up those quote jailbirds. I don't understand not even attempting to look at the other side of why they were actually in jail. How many? There's a guy.
The other side of why they were arrested.
There's a guy in a Missouri prison, or at least he was up until a year and a half or 2 years ago. But his name is Kevin Strickland. And he went to jail back in the 1970s. If I remember, 1976 or 1978.
All right. Actually, I wanted to fast forward past this part, but since we're on it, this is another one of the 100 examples just from this one video of him bringing up things that have nothing to do with what's going on. Somebody gets convicted of a crime, And years later, with modern like technology and DNA evidence stuff, they find out that they were wrong. They had the wrong guy. Yes, that's horrible. Yes, that's sad. Yes, I don't support innocent people getting arrested and thrown in jail for 20 years for murder. But this is an idiot who gets arrested for contempt of court because of the way he acts when the judge tries to swear him in. It's not like they found him on the street and accused him of doing that. He does it. It's in the video. So comparing it to someone who got busted for doing something they didn't do is completely different than showing a video of someone doing the thing they got arrested for doing.
And they got him on a triple homicide. Admit being an innocent bystander. The prosecutor knew it. The YouTube channel. If it's true, the allegation here so far, without seeing any evidence yet, Dr. Dave got a DUI and did 30 days in jail. Does that make him a jailbird too? And if you guys, if you get behind the wheel of a car inebriated, you are putting other people at risk. That is a violation of the non-aggression principle. You're doing something not only stupid, you're doing something harmful to your community. You're a dumb A if you're drinking and driving. And that is, even if you make it home without, and you manage to navigate through traffic without damaging somebody's property, without.
Again, I'm not showing this having anything to do with Dr. Dave. It's about the idiot who's going to talk about Maeda getting arrested for nothing when he clearly is in contempt of court in the video. Like, there is no question about it. He is.
Without killing somebody, without harm. States is a federal corporation according to their own USC.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes. How did I start this whole thing talking about that? Addressing the fact that the United States is a corporation as defined in the commercial code, not in general. And the example that I used is the egg example. That's what I was talking about, is what he's just said. For those of you who weren't here and didn't see what I was saying and don't know what I'm talking about, what he's saying is the United States, according to their own code, is defined as a corporation. The example I used of eggs was that I was saying that if you're looking at a recipe that calls for eggs, that doesn't change what an egg is. An egg is a baby chicken if it's a fertilized egg. A fertilized embryo that's going to grow into a chicken. If it's not fertilized, it's not food, but it can be used as food within the context of the recipe that calls for eggs. Same thing with the commercial code. Within the context of that code, the United States is being defined as a corporation. That doesn't mean that all of a sudden that magically makes the United States a corporation. Just like having a recipe that calls for eggs doesn't magically make eggs something other than unfertilized chicken embryos. It's just within the context of the recipe, within the context of the code. But that doesn't change what it is.
I'm swearing you in as a witness. So, all right, jury, go to the jury room.
I invented the eggs example because I'm trying to put it in terms that an idiot like this might actually understand.
Yeah, it's still hearsay. It's just it's another pile. It's another article to add to the pile. Wolverine Transparency says someone confronted him on his channel and he deleted the comment and said that it happened a long time ago and he didn't deny it. I would really like to see that though. Not so I could, and it's not so I could hang it over his head, because I'm of the opinion that, if it's possible to bring this guy, plant that seed of a brush fire of freedom in the minds of this David Beer professor guy, if it's possible, I think it would be beneficial to all if he did come over. But if it's not possible, I guess leave him be.
Everyone may be seated. Mr. Mata, is your name Manuel Mata?
Yes, sir.
Your date of birth is 7/1980.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know Manuel was that old. 42 years old, and you don't have any common sense yet. I guess you're not going to get any. Man, you still have another 20, 25 years to go before your retirement, and what will you have? Absolutely, positively nothing except a long arrest record. But you carry on, sweetheart.
What I would ask this Dr. Dave guy is what do you believe the definition of common sense is? Because it sounds like the context in which he said it, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it sounds like the context of common sense for Dr. Dave is comply with the authorities. Do right. Be on your best behavior. Cross your T's and dot your I's when you're in court and you look that judge in the eye and you say, yes, Your Honor. You be a bootlicker. It sounds like what he thinks common sense is.
I have issued you.
Of course, obviously, once again, he's saying insane stuff. Gamer 88. This is a family. Everybody in my chat is awesome. We all love each other. This is a beautiful thing. How dare you even think about saying something that had nothing to do with frauditors? I'll tell you what. Unless you're going to tell me something about, like, your butt, then I don't want to hear it. Otherwise, go ahead. Talk about something else. It's all good. What do you want to talk about, buddy? We were talking about music earlier. Oh, yes. Exactly. You know what? That does have something to do with frauditors. You know why? Because if this guy got his way, that guy would have been able to do that, and the cops wouldn't be able to do anything about it because they wouldn't be allowed to search him. They wouldn't be allowed to arrest him without his consent.
You an oath to testify truthfully? Are you going to take that oath?
I have a question, sir.
No. Are you going to take that oath?
No.
All right. You are on bond on some cases. Is that correct?
Yes,
Those bonds are being declared insufficient, Sheriff.
What, sir? What's going on? What did I do? I need my lawyer present, sir.
We will get you a lawyer.
You question me without a lawyer present. And I don't know what y'all doing. I don't know what's going on.
This is not an unfamiliar stance for poor Manuel. Like I said, I've covered.
How can you be okay with this? How can you look at that and mock it and stand by it and support it?
Because
this guy is one guy is standing there just saying, no, I don't want to play your game. Basically, this Manuel Mata guy is just saying, no, I don't want to participate in this. I don't want to play your game. I'm opting out, basically.
I'm opting out.
And then the violence
in court
comes from the state.
Seriously? This is where we're at now with these idiots. Here's the deal. I have no idea. Mr. Shadow Kitty, sorry. Well, I mean, somebody in the chat said, well, because he was talking about Gene Simmons, so I started talking about Kiss, and then someone mentioned the Ramones, and then before that, we were talking about Cat Stevens, and It's a Wild World. And because he did Father and Son, I started talking about Cats in the Cradle, which obviously that wasn't Cat Stevens, and I know, I get it. I made a mistake. Oh my God, I'm a human. I do that sometimes. But yeah, so we had a little bit of music discussion. Anyway, yeah, it's insane. I think, though, because I've been watching this guy's videos for a couple days now, and he keeps saying over and over and over again, I would love to actually talk to one of these guys and see where they're coming from. Like, I really genuinely want to understand where they're coming from. So part of me wants to email them and say, hey, you want to talk to one of us? I'll talk to you. But on the other hand, I've had enough conversations with these guys to know that they usually turn into a dumpster fire, which on one hand, I don't want to deal with that nonsense again. But on the other hand, it could make for some really entertaining content. So I don't know. I don't know. Me talks to him all the time. Yeah, well, so do I. Well, I did for a long time. And then after a while, it was like I decided to give up because it would never go anywhere. The conversations would always just turn into a dumpster fire and fall apart. And just, I don't know. It just seems so pointless sometimes to even try and knock some sense into their brains because they refuse to allow anything to sink in. What's up, Josiah? Talking to them is like hitting your head on a wall. Yeah, exactly. The trial is about a cop murdering a person while on duty. Manuel wasn't there, and he has no knowledge. There was a police call. So then why was he called into court to testify at all? Like, I mean, there has to be something else to the story, because if what you're saying is absolutely true, then that means that this cop was on trial and they said, let's randomly pick a name out of a hat and ask him to come testify. Like, there has to be a reason why Manuel was there. There has to be a reason why he was called to testify. If he legitimately didn't know, then once he took the oath and they started questioning him, he'd say, I don't know, I wasn't there. Done. Because the defense attorney wanted him excluded from making questions. Whatever. Okay, that's why they called him, because the defense attorney wanted him excluded from court for making videos about him. Oh, like they didn't want him to be in the gallery? Well, either way, then he could testify about that. But he didn't have a chance to make his argument because he refused to take the oath. He refused to get sworn in. That was his choice. He was given the opportunity to make his argument in court, but because he wouldn't take the oath, he wouldn't swear to tell the truth, he never got that opportunity. They tried to give it to him. It's his own actions that led to him not getting that done. Thank you very much. It's been 4 hours. I got to go. I got to get my day started. I love you guys very much. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. This weekend, tomorrow's Christmas Eve. The next day is Christmas. So you will definitely see me at some point doing my Christmas special. Again, I haven't finalized the exact time yet, but it's going to happen. I hope to see you guys there. Love you guys. Thank you for joining me. And here, let me put this back on. And yes, this is mine. I do control it, but I don't control each individual piece. Like, I can't grab the tree and move it. I can turn it on and off. No, not that. I can turn it on and off, but I can't change it. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Love you, and see you on the next one. Excuse me.